There you go. Transmitting. Okay, go ahead. Okay. Our righteousness, Jerusalem, and the Holy See. Peace, everyone. Can you hear me out there? If you can hear me, let me know. Okay, today is April 12th, 2014. And this is the Q&A to April 2nd, 2014. And before we get started on the Q&A, and all of you have your questions and answers, but before we get to that part today, I've got a few articles that I'm going to touch on, because I don't want to save them to the next session, because they're here today, and I think you need to hear them. And I talked about in this session about the Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread started at the same time. Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread, at even on the 14th day, at even. Okay, the mic is going out, in and out. That's probably Esau messing with it. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me okay? Okay, Udita, can you hear me? It's okay now. Yeah, it doesn't look right. That's probably Esau. I know many of you who've been in the room all day. You've heard Esau has been attacking it, the message all from the beginning today. He got very, very intense with his attack at different times, when I was talking about different things, always, dealing with them and what's going to happen to them. When I talk about the bankers, when I talked about the situation that's going on right now insofar as the kingdoms, and also the because he doesn't want people to understand that this situation with global warming is not going to stop until Yah's temple is built, this third and last temple, and these sacrifices put on. So quite naturally, he's attacking the message. As we've said in the past, when Yeshaya puts this recording, this session up, then we always suggest that you go to the site, YahRighteousnessHome.org, and go over it, because it'll be should be in a pristine manner on the site where you can listen to it without it. That I know different ones of you. All right, you did. I see it. Different ones of you, heard during the course of this session that just played. Again, I hope today finds everyone in excellent health as well as can be, wherever you are, whenever you hear this message. And also, as I just talked about and mentioned again, the recognition of Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread is Monday night when it gets dark. That's the 14th. When it gets dark, that'll be the beginning of the 15th, and we acknowledge, memorialize Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread for that 1 week, 15th through the 21st. 15th day and the 21st day, holy convocations, no servile work, so you don't, and holy convocation, you gather around this book of remembrance, this so-called Old Testament, Genesis through Malachi. King James Authorized Version is the one that should be read. It's the only one that's translated in over 2,000 languages, so it's the only translation that fulfills Yeshaya, Isaiah 46:13, when he has brought near his righteousness, that's near everybody on the earth, and his salvation is soon to follow. and 51:5 Yeshaya, when he says his righteousness is near, because it's near everyone. So at any time, if one seeks Yah, they can find him. They will be led to this book, as I've been led, and many, many others who are in search of Yah. Now, as Solomon said, righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is the reproach of any people. Righteousness exalts a nation. And again, Yah's righteousness is his word, and his name, Yah, means he who creates. So you put that together, he who creates our righteousness. And he who creates has created our righteousness. It's his law, his statutes, his ordinances, his judgments, his precepts. Okay? And the testimonies of our forefathers and others of other nations who have testimony in this book of remembrance to testify that he who creates is Yah of hosts, the king. As you see Ezra, in the book of Ezra, chapter 1, Cyrus the Great prophesied, or should I say, took note of and made mention of, and denoted in Ezra chapter 1 that Yah of hosts, who was the strong and or the God hand, so that he could build him a house in Jerusalem. And as I mentioned in this session that just played, in Jeremiah chapter 23, we're in the latter days of the fourth kingdom of man. And when we look back in retrospect, historically, we can see things perfectly. And that's what we do historically. We study man's story. We study Yah's righteousness. We substantiate and confirm that Yah is he who creates and that there is none else. Now, this first article that I'm going to touch on is just, some of these are brief, but I've got one or two I'm going to get inside of. This one here comes out of Chicago Sun-Times, April 2nd. Says this is out of the Black Sea area. U.S. may move warship into Black Sea. Doing that situation with Crimea and Russia. Okay. Again, you've got diversification now that Yah is bringing into the illuminated Edomites. Again, as also it says surprise move could jeopardize peace talks. Okay, and that's Fatah, led by Mahmoud Abbas. Okay, he signed a request for the Palestinians, to join 15 United Nations agencies, at his West Bank headquarters in Ramallah. And this is what it has come out, that the descendants of Esau, the Edomites in the land, Netanyahu and the bunch, right? They've supposedly pulled out of the peace talks because of this. But again, when you read the propaganda sheets over here, they don't tell you that the reason why Mahmoud Abbas and the faction of Palestinians called Fatah basically made this move is because that the descendants of Esau reneged on releasing some of the Palestinian prisoners, our brothers and sisters that I just mentioned in this session, that are locked up over there. They got locked up in the land. So by reneging, then Fatah pulled life of these into these different United Nations agencies. But also, They made this move because the Edomites are building, 780 different units on Palestinian lands, which also is in violation of these peace agreements, right? So that, like we said in the past, the descendants of Esau that are in the land, they're not going to make peace. They're going to do any and everything that they want to do, and that's all they can do because they're driven. It's just like we pointed out in the past, what it says in Malachi chapter 1 when he said that Esau said that though he was impoverished, he would return and build the desolate waste. Okay, and again, this was in 135 CEAD when the Romans kicked the Edomites out. And again, as many of the children of Israel who've awakened at this time, the majority who have awakened at this time, and again, Ezekiel chapter 35, the majority of Israel has not awakened yet, and they won't until the descendants of Esau are judged. But the majority of Israel that has awakened think that was Israel that's spoken of historically back in the 1st century BCE, the 1st, 2nd century CEAD, and definitely they think that's when we were kicked out, but that was not us. That was the descendants of Esau. Again, as we said in the past, after 161 BCE, historically you don't see any mention of Israel as Israel, only as slaves, captives, what have you. Okay, after 161 BCE, the only mention, or should I say, the only one that is mentioned out of the two lines, the descendants of Esau and the descendants of Israel are the descendants of Esau, claiming to be in chapter 33, Yeshaya. Fearfulness has surprised the hypocrites. That's why we get all this interference on these sessions, and I have no doubt as this Q&A goes along, they're going to keep on doing. Okay? But they are in fear, and that's what their intermittent intrusions, as some of you who've been with the session all day, I know you saw earlier some of the obscene things that were put up on the screen, of supposedly these people who came into the room very brief, and what they called themselves to get into the room. And I look at that, no doubt was the descendants of Esau who were being, as is his nature per se, derogatory. Definitely these Amalekite Edomites, right? But again, they, according to these, as we've spoken of in the past, in 1897, the next year after we returned, and over the years, they've been building, and that has increased their building. They cannot stop building. One, that Esau said, though we are impoverished, this was 135 CEAD, they were impoverished, they were broke, in a state of impecuniousness, right? They would return and build the desolate waste. And they returned in 1897, through the House of Rothschild, illuminated Edomite, when they saw us starting to awaken and see in our seed, Isaiah chapter 53, verse 10. And so they have to build, because Yah said they would return and they would build this. And this is what we're witnessing. Okay, many people in the world now of different nations, as I just mentioned in this session, in the Ukraine, hold on. Yeah, can you hear me out there? If you can hear me, let me know. Okay. Again, they're messing with it as we knew they would. I know all of you out there watching the screen, you see what Yadida, Malcolm put up. And like I said, they had attacked this session today. They were basically attacking it from the outset. But again, this is indicative of how much fear that they're in. Okay, Yeshua chapter 33, and what does it say in Yeshua chapter 28? It is a vexation only for them to understand the report. Okay, and so they're vexed. This is indicative of when they come in and constantly attack the session. Because if I just think about it real simplistic, if I wasn't talking about anything, it wouldn't be any problem. If I was talking about the Dancing with the Stars or some other nonsense, if I was talking about the main idol of Christianity, just religion, Islam, or anything, it wouldn't be any problem. It'd be just as clear as a bell. Okay? But we're talking about Yah's righteousness, His truth. And this illumination that Yah is bringing forth, again, I don't take any credit for it. All of you out there know that. This is from the Most High. And that's why Esau is attacking it. Simple as that. Okay? But again, the message continually comes out. The main thing is you've been directed to the book. Okay? I know that. I see it, Yeshua. I know they in and out, right? But again, hopefully, you'll get enough to when, you post it. When Yeshua posts this on the website, you'll be able to hear it. But again, you'll hear the session. But you've got to be reading. You've got to be studying. You've got to be praying toward Jerusalem. That's our sacrifices today. Okay? I saw earlier a couple of people, you put up about the Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread, right? One person, I think if I remember correctly, had a little problem about the sacrifices. Again, we don't do sacrifices, literal sacrifices, anywhere on this earth today. I don't care where you are. The sacrifices are not going to start until this third and last temple is built. That's when the sacrifices go on inside Yah's house. Okay? The sacrifices we offer up now are the calves of our lips. Hosea chapter 14. You'll see that there. Okay? In Solomon's supplication, 1 Kings 8, 2 Chronicles 6. Okay? So that's the sacrifices that we offer up to now wherever we are in the world, even those of us who are in the land who will hear this message, if and when. Okay? You pray. They're in Jerusalem. All they got to do is what you see Solomon did when he had that scaffold built after the completion of the temple. Okay? And this is back in 954 BCE. And he kneeled down on that scaffold. All Israel work was before him, going out from the temple. And he kneeled down on the scaffold, bowed his head, held his arms up with his palms stretched up toward heaven, because he was right there under Yah. And he made those of us today, whether you're Israelite, Gentile, Hamite, Shemite, okay, even an Edomite, if you turn toward Yah from wherever you are, submit and obey and call upon Yah, offer up the calves of your lips, Yah will hear you. He will hear you. Okay? That's our sacrifices now. And I would suggest that when the Passover begins, Feast of Unleavened Bread, that's what you do. After you eat that meal, if not before, afterwards, and again, definitely afterwards, right? We're supposed to thank Yah after we receive, right? Not like these Christians do beforehand, right? So I would suggest that during the course, and be times then often, turn toward Jerusalem and offer up the calves of your lips, open up your heart, and talk to the Most High. I do it every day, okay? And generally it's 3 times a day, definitely twice, all right? Because sometimes I'm on the phone with people, and I can't, that midday, that, you understand, prayer I do generally at midday, I can't do because I'm on the phone with people. That's okay, but I definitely say my prayers when I get up, when I wake up in the morning, before I go to sleep at night, okay? And I'm 63, so don't think you're too old or whatever to pray, okay? And definitely don't be proud, okay, in any shape, form, or fashion where you don't think you need to pray. But again, also in this paper here, this April 2nd Chicago Sun-Times, it has about the mudslide. I know many of you heard about that in Arlington, Washington. The toll was 27 at the last time, at the writing of this article, and 22 were missing. That toll has gone up since then. And that's some more the curse Yah's bringing forth on the people of the world. The Syria conflict, and moving toward 151,000 that have died, and you've got have fled Syria and gone into surrounding nations. Okay, and we heard here on Democracy Now! This past week, they had Seymour Hersh. He was on, and on Democracy Now! Again, that's the 8th. I would suggest that you watch those 2 shows. One was the 8th, and one was the 10th, which was Thursday. Seymour Hersh was on the one on the 8th, and he talked about how Hafez Assad has survived. That's what he says. Okay, I still don't see that going to be toppled. That Syria has to fall into the NATO hands of NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization nations, which again are controlled, as I said on this session that just ended, controlled by the House of Rothschild, Illuminati, and Malachite Edomite of the West. And because again, I pointed out in this session that just played, and I've talked on it before, it's going to be, again, those nations of the West that are predicated in idolatry, but nevertheless predicated on, all these 3 great religions, whether it be Judaism, Christianity, or Islam, all claim that they're serving the God of Abraham, right? Quote unquote. And they're all liars, misinformed, however you want to characterize it, right? Hypocrites. And but nevertheless, they are still predicated on the God of Abraham, and that's Yah of hosts. And it's going to be these nations of the West that Yah's going to work through to bring his movement to Israel, to Jerusalem. It's going to be the nations of the West that basically are going to build this 3rd and last temple. Okay, you know, as again, I just point out in this session, Yeshaya chapter 49. The kings and queens are going to be our nursing fathers and nursing mothers. We're going to suck their breast. Yeshaya chapter 52, at the back end of the chapter, they've already been sprinkled with the publication that you see in Yeshaya chapter 52, which is the flyer. And that was done back in 04, September 04, 2004. So they're in consideration mode. Also, you see it in Yeshaya chapter 60, right? Arise and shine, for the glory of Yah is risen upon thee, right? For the earth is in darkness, and the people of the earth in gross darkness. And the Gentiles shall come to thy light, and kings to the brightness of thy rising. Okay? And this is again what you see in Daniel chapter 11 at the end of the chapter, going into chapter 20, Daniel chapter 11, verse 36, dealing with the fourth kingdom. Okay? And that vision goes from 11:36 Daniel to 12:10 Daniel. It's dealing with the fourth kingdom. And the king of the south there is Islam. And as you see there in 11:45 Daniel going into the 12th chapter, he's going to come to his end, and none is going to be able to help him. Okay? And that's a time of trouble that's never been since it's been a nation. I'm pretty sure. And if you can't see it right now, just wait just a little while. You will. Okay? Because, again, as I mentioned in this session, we're witnessing the economic collapse, environmental collapse, ecological collapse of the daughter of Babylon, United States of United States of America. But this also, these three things are going on, and you're witnessing the world currency, which is the dollar, going. It might not totally go out, okay? As they interrupted this part. So maybe they'll interrupt this again, right? When I said it in the session about what Paul Craig Roberts, what I heard him say. Again, Paul Craig Roberts, what did he say? He said that they'll let the banks bail in, they'll let the banks fail before they let the dollar totally go out, okay? Because they want to keep that dollar around. But that dollar is going to take a major hit. Major hit. And that's more than likely what they're going to do. Okay? And when I say major hit, that means that they're going to cut the deficit here in America. They're going to, the dollar take maybe like a 75-80% hit to cut the deficit. All right? So again, say you've got $1,000 in the bank, or $1,000 in in paper in the shoebox. Okay? If it takes a 75% hit, then your $1,000 will only be worth, you'll only have like $250 of that 1,000. Okay? Because 750 would be not, will be gone. All right? That's what they say when it's a bail-in. Kind of what you saw, basically those of you who were watching, what you saw took place last year in Cyprus. And you're seeing the same thing going on now in all these nations. That's why they're in protesting. Like in Spain here the other week, I mentioned on this session. In Greece, Italy, Britain. I mean, we can go on and on and on. It's happening all over the world, right? So again, when this dollar takes this hit, then it's going to affect all the paper currencies in the world. Central world currency. But again, Paul Craig Roberts said he'll let the banks go before they let the dollar go. So when the banks collapse, and this has happened at different times in the past. Happened back in 1933, when FDR came in, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He closed the banks down there at the bank holiday. When the banks opened back up, everybody that had something in the bank, it was gone. And they've had these these problems in the past. They had one in 1914, right? Right around at the World War One. Matter of fact, right at World War One, when it happened. They had another one in 39, okay, right before America got in World War II. And then they had this situation, had these readjustments, if you will, coming on. Yeah, they messing with it, right? Okay, I'm back. Can you hear me out there? Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me. All right. Okay. Now, again, you did just told me they were messing with it again when I said Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Okay, that's when he shut the banks down in 33. Okay, when they opened back up, whatever you had in the bank was gone. And time again, as far as with the economics, I mean, I was, reminded here of the week, listening to some things that I read about years ago. Some of these books we have here, they caused the panic. They, being the Illuminati Malachite bankers, back in 1907. Okay, because they kept attacking the dollar because they wanted to get control of the economics of America, okay? And they wanted to set up this central bank. So they caused the panic, monetary panic back in 1907. And, through the Senate, up on Capitol Hill and various other play control. And they had a large influence on the media back then, not like they have now. But they had enough to where they, were able to get the people to be for the Federal Reserve Act. Okay? And that's how they brought that on. But again, as we pointed out, and I'm pretty sure I pointed out in the J.C. Myth series, and possibly, and I know in some other things that, I've talked about since then on Pal Talk and possibly shows we did with Mark Sims. This was prophesied in Jeremiah, right? That when you read chapter 50, and 51, but definitely chapter 50, when it talks about the daughter of Babylon, it says its treasures would be robbed. Okay? So that's when their treasures were robbed, when they got to set up the central bank, the Federal Reserve here in America, and got control of the monetary system. And then 20 years later, 1933, right, America was broke. And that's when, FDR, they put, Franklin Delano Roosevelt in there, and they shut the banks down and did all they could to confiscate everybody's gold. Okay? We've talked about this in the past. So, again, this is what Esau is doing. Thanks to Yah, he has made it to where, those of us who were looking for him with all our heart and soul, he's led us into enough light and given us enough time to where if any kind of way possible we had any kind of paper equity and paper reserves or any other kind of economic worth, we were able to move it away out of paper. And as different ones have called from various places in the country and have told me they've moved whatever they had into our currency, or they're in the process of doing so. As we see, as I said on this session that just played, and I've spoken on it before, just saw a picture, a series of pictures of people over in China, and how, I mean, it was at this jewelry shop, more or less, right, where they have all of this jewelry and gold that they sell, gold and whatnot. And you know, when what we saw it on this program, that it came off the internet, but I can't tell you just where it was, right? They showed all these Chinese lined up. I mean, it was Chinese people everywhere outside this Bellevue, you know, what they were there for, right? So then they moved in closer, and you saw all of these Chinese people. I mean, they were packed in. I mean, they was like, you know, like they were going to some big, huge exhibit or some big show, concert. That's what some of the people who were looking at said, what, are they in line for a concert? They're like, no, they're not in line for a concert. And then another person said, well, what, they there to see JC, you know, Jesus Christ? They're like, no, they're not there for that. And so then the camera went up inside the building, and it shows you all these Chinese people inside. I mean, it was packed from one wall to the other. And they had the children with them too. You know what they were doing? Buying gold. Okay? I mean, they were all up on the display counters. I know they messing with that, Yadida. I know they want the people to hear that, right? But that's what they were doing. They were buying gold, all right, and possibly silver too, because they were buying they were buying gold. These Chinese people. I mean, they buying all they can get their hands on, just like over in. And see what's happening. It's just the people over here in America that are basically sleepwalking. And you'll see that also talked about in Jeremiah chapter 50, right? Yeah, I said that the people in the door of Babylon would sleep on a perpetual sleep, that they would not wake. And this is what we're witnessing. That's why, you know, the average person here in the door of Babylon, United States of America, they don't even know what's going on. They don't, as Yada said to me many, many years ago when we first met, and she found out my name was Israel. When I told her my name was Israel, she looked at me, she said, I'm Israel too. She said, what's wrong with these people? They don't have a clue. Okay? So this is the people here. They are in a sleep, a snooze. Okay? Now, again, as I said, we are blessed, those of us who sought Yah and who found Yah. And now he's giving us illumination to where we can do our best to get ourselves prepared. And again, you know, gold and silver, those things are not the preeminent things, but at the same time, to have this knowledge, okay, beforehand, before the actual collapse takes place. And the illuminated Edomite has driven the price of gold and silver down as far as he can drive it. You see what I'm saying? And it's just set off a humongous rush by people who have knowledge, who have some illumination, to go and get it as much as they can, transfer that paper wealth into the hard current, so that when this actual collapse takes place, they won't be wiped out. Okay, just like what you see, you know, with our forefathers in the book of Genesis, and it wasn't our forefathers, but all the people of the known world in the book of Genesis, right? When Yah came through Yahosef, Joseph, and gave him the understanding of this dream that Yah kept sending to Pharaoh, that Pharaoh and his judges or soothsayers could, right? And then Yah brought, you know, the knowledge of Yahosef. Joseph was down in the dungeon, about how he could understand these dreams and whatnot. And so Yahosef was sent for, brought before Pharaoh, and when he was told the dream, then Yah had given him wisdom and understanding to be able to discern the dream and tell Pharaoh what that dream meant. And then he was set up over Egypt, okay, by Pharaoh, only answerable to Pharaoh. Okay, and he was able to secure the basic finances and the foodstuffs for Pharaoh and the Egyptians. Okay, but at the same time, as he told his brethren, who had cast him off into what they thought was death, but turned out to be captivity, as he eventually told them in the book of Genesis, don't be afraid, because this thing was from Yah. And so it was Yah that had this done to reap a salvation for the children of Israel at that time. Okay? And we know it was 70 souls at that time, including Jacob, okay, who went down into Egypt, right? And so now Yah, again, through the illuminated Edomite, is bringing the people of the world into economic collapse, but also ecological and environmental collapse. And as I just touched on this session, Malachi chapter 4, right? That's the curse. It's the way it's written, just like Esau in that same chapter, right? He put S behind father. It should be singular, not plural. Okay? He possibly took the S from curse, because it should be curses. Okay? Not just curse singular. Right? Because if you don't have any water, that's a curse. Isn't that right? If you don't have any ozone, if it's a hole in the ozone allowing the sun's rays to hurt you and to hurt the environment, that's a curse, is it not? You understand? When you don't have bees or butterflies, your pollinators, that's a curse in itself, right? So these are curses. When you have tornadoes, when you have hurricanes, I mean, if you have one tornado that comes in and is destructive, that's a curse, is it not? But when you have a series of tornadoes, when you have a series of hurricanes, when you have a series of earthquakes, when you have a series of tsunamis, when you have a series of sinkholes, these are all curses, correct? So you factor that in with the famines and, the droughts, right, that the world is in, right? They got all these, they always want to tell you it's global warming, global warming, global warming. You follow what I'm saying? But again, as I just said in this session, this is all illuminati. Okay? So now here's another article here. This is out of Chicago Tribune, April 2nd. And again, NATO halts Russia ties, plans military buildup. Okay? So this is the fractionalizing, the diversity that Yah's putting amongst the illuminated Amalekite Edomites. Again, Yeshaya chapter 27, verse 7. Okay? The same thing what they've done to everybody else coming up through the centuries, through these last over 2 millennia. You can go all the way back to Alexander. Okay? And how they did what? They had to get rid of Alexander, and so they saw the weak link in his chain, which was Ptolemy. Okay, so they got Ptolemy to side up with them, because Ptolemy wanted to be Alexander, and that's how they got rid of him. And that's what? That's that fraction, that, you understand, that diversification. Okay, and then you see Alexander's situation after his death split up into 4 heads out of those 7 generals known as the Diadochi. Isn't this right? Doesn't history substantiate and confirm this? You see how we're looking back, You understand? And considering perfectly. Isn't that what it says? In chapter 23, in the last days, the latter days, we will consider it perfectly. Okay? And this is diversification. You see it there in that Greek kingdom, starting Alexander, and then his 7 generals, right? That ended up being 4 and split Alexander's kingdom up into 4 pieces. But they didn't have the strength that Alexander had initially when the whole Greek kingdom was up under him. Oh yeah, I know they chopping it up. But hopefully, again, as I've said, I can't keep going back. They know this. That's why they do what they do. So all I can do is say to you again, when Yeshaya puts this up, okay, then go back and listen to it again. And all of you know out there that, you know, when you have a problem, when you want to talk about these things, when you don't see something, you can always call. You can call, you know, Yeshaya, you can call Urim, you can call here to me. You know, and again, you know, better you possibly do better calling me, because like I said, Yeshaya's kind of got a full plate right now. Yedidah's kind of got a full plate. So does Yeremia. So you can basically call here to me, okay? And I say it like that so, you know, those of you out there that, you know, will hear this. I'm not saying anybody in the room particularly today, even though it could be, that, you know, might be throwing some stones and say Yehuda trying to set himself up. He want to run everybody. You know, same thing what the children of Kohat said to Moshe, right? You understand? Don't think that. So you can call these different ones, but at the same time, like I said, their plate is kind of full right now. So this is what I do, you know, 24/7, 365. So again, you know, if you call here, I'm not here, you can always leave a message. I will return your call. But sometimes it might not be the same day, it might not be the next day. But if you make it clear that you want me to return your call, I will return it. But again, while I'm on this, let me say this. Those of you out there with these what do they call them? Mailboxes, and you call here, you leave a message for me, and you want me to call you back, and then I call you back, and then I get the mailbox is full. Okay, all right. See, so you know, don't do that to me. You understand what I mean? Because I'm only gonna call once. Okay. If the mailbox is full, I might call back a second time. But see, you're supposed to be monitoring your mailbox. So when your mailbox is full, you call here, you leave a message for me, empty it out, so I can leave a message, because I'm not going to keep calling you back, okay? All right, also in this same paper, they got this about Venezuela fights food black market with ID program. And you know, I've talked about that situation over there in Venezuela before, right? You know what's going on. They're attacking the Maduro government, trying to knock him out, all right? So they're putting pressure on him any and every way they can, because they want to get rid of him and get a puppet set up over Venezuela. Also in this same paper, it's an article here about options after Sandy, you know, about Hurricane Sandy. Options after Sandy. Hang on or hang it up. And they got a big picture here in our big article about these people trying to hang on because they haven't gotten any help from the government, okay? And they're trying to hang on. Their homes were wiped out totally, and they're hoping that the government gives them some money so that they can rebuild, and or they're trying to hold on to their home that was inundated with all that salt water and mud, and they're trying to save it, which is basically an impossibility because you're going to have all that dry rot and mildew that's sunk in. And, you know, we've talked about this before, right? So, again, here we are, you know, 2 years on the other side of Sandy, you understand, and they still catching heck. You see what I'm saying? Because they depended on the government. And you're not going to get any help from the government. Simple as that. And again, that's tantamount to doing what? You trusting in flesh. You putting your trust in flesh, again, which is in violation of Jeremiah chapter 17, right? Which I just touched on this session too. I don't know if I mentioned that aspect of it, but those of you out there, you know I've touched on that before, right? Okay, also out of Chicago Tribune, April 2nd, says report finds wide racial gap in kids' well-being. African American children's poverty, poor housing, and lack of access to education pose a national crisis. Did you hear that? I'm going to read that and want you to hear this. African American children's poverty, poor housing, and lack of access to education pose a national crisis. Okay? And this is according to a report released Tuesday that found a wide gap and well-being among U.S. children of different races. Did you hear that? Okay? See, again, you've got so many of us, the majority of us, you know, the clay trying to mix with the iron. And now here we are, what, as we've spoken of in the past, like 150 years, might as well say, on the other side of Reconstruction. And our situation, our plight here is getting worse, not better. Now, as I said in this session, clay cannot mix with iron. I don't care what you do. I don't care what you do. Okay? You know, Malcolm X, and I've touched on this before, as he said back then about 61, 62, okay? Because I remember when I was a child, my father, you know, as I told you in the past, he was a hustler, but he didn't miss Malcolm X. We had a TV back there in the 50s, and when Malcolm X would come on, we'd all be sitting right there looking. And he wouldn't come on till late at night. You know, they didn't have Malcolm X at the prime time. He would come on like from anywhere from like 10:30 on, you know, on these old midnight shows, you know, these late night shows, you know, kind of like Letterman and Jimmy Fallon, I think that's his name, right? And some of these others, but these were shows that were informative shows, and Malcolm X would be on those shows. And I remember him saying, he said, you understand, it doesn't make any difference what a Negro, black does. It doesn't make any difference how many degrees they. That's how he expressed it. Okay? And again, I'm putting it to you where it's more palatable. Okay? Now, also in the same paper here, it says, and I mentioned that in this session, right? It was a quake off Chile, 8.2. You know, 8.2 on the scale, right? And also, you know, they got major pension crisis here in Chicago, major, and in the state of Illinois. Okay?
You just repeat what Malcolm said about.
Again, Malcolm X, back in like 62, 61, 62, he said it doesn't make any difference how many degrees a Negro colored person gets. So that's what we would call back then. This is before they started calling, you know, we started referring to ourselves as black, when we were, you know, anesthetized with this black, you understand, label. You know, one of the bywords and proverbs that's been applied to us, right? This is before black came in. See, back then, 61, 62, even up to 60, 66, you had a lot of us, older ones of us, right? Because they didn't like to be referred to as black. You could call them a Negro, you could call them colored, but you better not call one black, because you'd have a fight. You know, it wasn't until that I'm black and I'm proud that was, you know, and then they sent out their agents like Jesse Jackson and so forth, right, to put out this African American and then this, you know, to propel this black moniker, all right? But again, that's going back a ways. You know, a lot of people are not privy to that because, you know, a lot of us are not old enough to remember that. Also in the Chicago Tribune, April 3rd, I don't know if all of you have heard, maybe some of you have, they have no more campaign cash limits. You know what I'm saying? Now these super duper rich folks, these billionaires, they can send however much money they want to their candidate in these campaigns. You know, like for senator, Congress, president. There is no more ceiling. Okay, so that just tells you that, you understand, that's just another wide gap between the poor and the super rich. Which again, you know, really, I'm running this to you, but it really doesn't matter anyway, because they put in who they want anyway. And when I say they, I'm talking about the Illuminati Edomite. Okay? But when you come down to these senators and congressmen, they might give a little more leeway on that. So you know, like people like the Koch brothers and the Pritzkers and these super rich like them, you know what I mean, Bill Gates, they might have a little sway on a senator or a congressman, right? But the Illuminati Edomite, he's going to decide who's president all the time. All right? Simple as that. And when it gets down to voting on any bill, you understand that the Illuminati Edomite wants, certain thing to happen, it's going to go that way. They're going to send the word down, and all these senators and congressmen, they're going to vote just the way they told, if they want to keep on being a senator in the Congress. Now, also in the Chicago Tribune, April 2nd, I saw this, and I thought this was something to, be mentioned. Say they garbled those names, right? But again, like I said, the Koch brothers, the Bill Gateses, the Pritzkers, the Koch brothers and Pritzkers, more likely than not Edomites. Bill Gates, I'm pretty sure, is a Gentile. But again, they can send money and possibly have someone who's going to be senator or congressman. But the Illuminati Edomite always dictates who's going to be president, and any kind of substantive policy that the Illuminati Edomite wants to pass and be put into effect is going to be put into effect. Simple as that. Okay? Now, this piece here, April 2nd out of the Chicago Tribune, some of you out there, I've talked about this and made mention of this in the past. Some of you out there might have heard of Charles Keating Jr. He was one of the main people, okay, that had something to do with the big SNL collapse back in 1987. Okay, Charles Keating Jr. Keating, Charles Keating Jr. And he was one of the, like I said, one of the main people in this SNL collapse back in 1987. He just died. Okay, he just died here the other week. Matter of fact, so now it's like a little over a week ago. And big article about him, right? And they had one in the Chicago Sun-Times as well. And as I read it, and they talk about that SNL, collapse, that he was one of the main, figures in that, right? I noticed in both articles, they didn't mention anything about Neil Bush. Okay? Neil Bush was right in the center of this SNL collapse in 1987 with Charles King Jr. But in these two big articles, like it's one I got in my hand in the Chicago Tribune, they also had one in Chicago Sun-Times, big article. I saw that and read that one too. But they didn't mention Neil Bush, not at all. Neil Bush, okay, George H.W. Bush, one of his sons, right? George Bush, your other president, they call W, right? His brother. All right. Marvin Bush, as we've spoken of in the past, who was over, running the trade centers when they, supposedly were taken down by the planes. And they tell everybody, imploded, right? With the thermite bombs, right? Tried to tell it and told the world that, this was done by terrorists. You follow what I'm saying? And all the terrorists is not dead. You got some of them still alive to this day. And they was from where? Saudi Arabia and Egypt. But they attacked Iraq, right? Again, Marvin Bush was over that. So you see how the Bushes are intertwined and all this intrigue, all this stuff that's been jumping off over the last 20 plus years to his father. Prescott Bush and Skull and Bone Boys. All them Skull and Bone Boys, right? Jeb Bush, was governor over Florida. They even talking about he might run for president on the Republican ticket, right? But again, it just, it was something how they didn't mention Neil Bush at all. Okay, and also, many of you probably heard about what's going on in Central Africa, right? In the Republic. So we got mass refugees. They got Christians attacking Muslims over there, right? And the Christians is running for their lives. And you see a big picture here. I can't show it to you, but it's all people of color, right? Being that's in this diversification. And you got the Muslims attacking the Christians of these Central African Republic nations, right? And that's what's going on again, some more divide and conquer, right? And also, it says, some of you might have heard about the outbreak kills more than 100 people. And this is out of Buratuma, Guinea-Bissau. I guess that's how you pronounce that, right? And they got a picture of a person here of color getting examined. And this Ebola outbreak is, it's virulent. Some of you might have heard about how, in Detroit, this young Israelite was hit by a car. A 10-year-old boy was hit by a Gentile in his car. The Gentile got out to, he didn't mean to do it, right? He got out to check the little boy, and he was attacked by a mob, similar to that thing that happened, after the Rodney King situation, right? And he was attacked and almost beat to death. I haven't heard anything if he's died, but he was beat pretty bad. They arrested 2 of those people who did that, of us, right? Working out of emotion, not out of understanding. And while I'm on that, for those of you out there, different people out there that, you've heard me talk about love and hate. And again, these are 2 things that, being human beings, we entertain these 2 things, but we got to stop allowing these 2 things to dictate our movements, love and hate. Okay? All human beings have a sense of love, have a sense of hate. Read about what the wisest men ever on the earth and ever will be said about, to love or hate, to that extent. You know what I'm saying? Those are just emotions. Read about what Ecclesiastes Solomon said about love and hate. Okay? But we've got to start dealing from an understanding base. Okay? We got to lift the bar to its highest level. Okay? And again, they got a thing in here about a New York man who was put in jail for 25 years, supposedly for murder, and he was in another state on a vacation. And he told them this, some of you might have heard about that. His name is Jonathan Fleming, right? Spent 25 years in prison for something he didn't do, and he had plenty of witnesses. But again, you know what I'm saying? They wouldn't hear it. So he spent 25 years in jail, and now he just got out. You follow what I'm saying? And they admit that he was wrongly incarcerated. Okay, so again, this is what makes us Israel. You ever heard of this happening to an Edomite? Think about it. This happens to us all the time. But have you ever heard of that happening to an Edomite? Okay, and things are so bad over in Pakistan, they fingerprinting a little baby because he's a family member of this family who's been accused of doing some kind of a protest over there, and just because this little baby is one of the family, they fingerprint him. Now, how much sense does that make? Okay, and they got a picture here, the little baby just crying, they fingerprint him because he just happened to be one of the family. They charging the whole family. Now, again, like y'all says, do the children answer for what the parents do? Child's not supposed to answer for what the parents do. And again, I'm pretty sure many of these Pakistanis, if not just about all of them, are descendants of Israel, as we said in the past. Okay? So, again, I just thought, you need to hear these things. Here's another article here, Chicago Tribune, April 9th. and it says big banks must raise $68 billion. Okay? The 8 biggest U.S. banks must raise a total of about $68 billion in capital by 2018 to comply with a new rule designed to prevent another financial crisis, prompting industry complaints that international standards are less restrictive and give their global competitors an advantage. Okay? So again, this rule would apply to JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, and Bank of New York Mellon. Okay, so again, you know, they're going to do something with these finances. It's just a matter of time now. We're right at the precipice because they've got to do something. And I'm tending to, you know, agree with Craig Paul Roberts. They're not going to let the dollar go out, so they're going to let the banks collapse, as they've done in the past. Like I said, 1933, right? FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Okay, also here in Chicago Tribune, they got this article, April 9th, Chicago Tribune. It says the title is Longing for Forbidden Foods. Passover custom leaves one writer hungry for quinoa items such as corn, rice, millet, and legumes, prohibited for many Jews during the holiday, you know, for Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread. Now, I haven't seen that in this book anywhere, where you can't eat corn, millet, legumes, or rice. These are just grains, okay? But Esau, you understand, in Judaism, you understand? In Judaism, which is a religion, they, the Sephardic, you understand, they don't eat these different grains. And some of these ones who's into, they say it let me read this to you. It says, okay, wait a minute, I'm going to read this to you. Hold, from the beginning. As rich as the Ashkenazi Sephardic for a week, that time is, of course, Passover, when the two largest groups of Jews follow very different food customs. You hear that? Okay, the Ashkenazi Jews are from France, Germany, Eastern Europe, and their descendants. Sephardic Jews are the Jews of Spain, Portugal, North Africa, the Middle East, and their descendants. On Passover, most Jews avoid chametz, C-H-A-M-E-T-Z, leavened products from wheat, barley, rice, spelt, and oat, the 5 grains mentioned in the Talmud, one of the central works of the Jewish people. Now, I haven't seen this in the book of remembrance. Now, this is in the Talmud, okay? And again, the Talmud came into being around the 12th century CEAD, as I've spoken of in the past, because they said that the book of remembrance, the so-called Old Testament, as it's become to be known by, right, was out of date. It was archaic. So they needed a modern book that they could go by, and they came up with the Talmud, with the Mishnah and the Gemara. And that's what Judaism, you understand, is, that's what it's predicated on, the Talmud. Okay? Yeah, I'm in agreement with you, Ahavia. Okay? Now, it says here, hundreds of years later, and during the, you see, the 13th century, post-Talmudic authorities added another group of restricted foods to the original 5 grains. See? But grains are not forbidden. The only thing that's forbidden during Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread, you follow me, are yeast, leaven, and yeast, baking soda, and baking powder, and anything that has those things in it. So if those things are not in it, we can eat it, because those are leavening agents. We're just not supposed to deal with leavening agents. See? So where are they getting this from? This is Judaism. Okay? It says this Passover custom is probably the best known of the differences between the Sephardic and the Ashkenazic Jews, and it is a big one. While the commandment to avoid chametz is written in the Talmud, the eating of quinoa is not a law. It is not a commandment. It is a custom, and they weigh differently. See? Now, down here, I got this. Wait a minute. It says, say we have to figure out how to celebrate the spirit of the holiday. This person said it should, this Edomite, right, named Summer, says, it should be less of a food in Judaism, a part of their lives, quote unquote. See? Some rabbis say, what's the big deal? It's only 8 days, right? Now, where they getting the 8 days from? You see what I'm talking about? These different Israelites who talking about the Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread goes 8 days. It started on the 14th day and go through the 21st. You follow what I'm saying? It's only 7 days. It says that in the book. 7 days. Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread start at the same time. On the 15th day. At the beginning of it. See? Like it says, and those of you, as I, mentioned in this session, touched on when if you look at the conversation I had with the brother named David, Ben Israel, right? It's up on the site for those of you who haven't heard it. You can go listen to it. He wanted to quibble, because what I was saying, right? Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread are the same thing. Now, in actuality, Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread is Feast of Unleavened Bread. But what I was saying is they start at the same time. Eventually, if you get over into it, you start at the same time. You can't have one without the other. Simple as that. They start at the same time. Only the difference is Passover only lasted, 15 minutes? And then it was over. Okay? Feast of Unleavened Bread goes 7 weeks. 7 days. All right? Feast of Unleavened Bread goes 7 days. From the and Feast of Unleavened Bread start at the same time. On the 14th day at dark. That's the beginning of the 15th day. And again, that's telling you what? Dark precedes light in a 24-hour period. Just what you see, the same thing in Genesis chapter 1. Okay? So again, you have these Edomites, they've got their own thing. They're not following Yah. And they make that plain, but it's only plain to those of us who really read the book. Read, study, pray, and do. Right? Then you can, isn't that what it says in Malachi chapter 3, 15 through the 18th verse? When Yah said the day when he would make up his jewels, that's the time we're living in. Yah's making up his jewels, like I just said on this session. And it says that we would return where? Return to Yah, which means returning to his righteousness. Genesis through Malachi, King James Authorized Version, right? And in returning to this word, we read, we study, we pray, we do, right? And generally the do is last. We start doing, right? And some people, the praying is last, right? Because they was too proud to get on their knees and pray to the Most High, right? But what does it say there in Malachi 3, 15 through 18? Doesn't it say, then you shall return and discern who's serving me and who's not serving me? Isn't that what we doing? We return to Yah, we start reading, we start praying to Yah toward Jerusalem, we start doing what Yah says, and then we discern who's serving Yah and who's not serving Yah. Isn't that what we doing? This Chicago Sun-Times, April 10th. I know many of you heard about the stabbing in Murraysville, Pennsylvania, right? The young boy who just got some knives, started stabbing people on the campus, right? Suburban Pittsburgh. It's a high school, right? He just started, 16 years old. He just started stabbing people. Okay? Until a teacher tackled him. So you understand? We don't know why this happened, but more likely than not, this is your what? This is the pressure. Okay? People are under pressure. And that pressure comes all different kind of ways. It's in people's homes who, the father can't take care of his family anymore because he was making that $100,000 a year, $200,000 a year, $75,000 a year. Now he's making $7,500 a year and working longer hours. Okay? Pressure. Okay? Now the mother might have been at home, and I'm basically in Gentile and Edomite families, right? The mother might have been at home. She didn't have to work. Now she got to go. She got to work. Okay? So the husband might not even be able to find a job at all. She got to work. She's the only one who can get a job. Pressure. The children are up under this pressure. The father and mother arguing, fighting in the house. Children are witnessing this. See, this kind of stuff been going on in Israelites' home even before I was born. Okay? And this is pressure. And you get all other kind of pressures that are factoring in now with this ecological, environmental collapse. Pressure. Okay? Here you got the article. They say a few doctors, they've made millions of dollars in Medicare, billing the government for Medicare. They've made millions of dollars off Medicare, right? And they're always saying they didn't do anything wrong. Okay? They got one doctor here named Melgen. Guess his name, right? He made $20.8 million off Medicare. Okay? All right? Just in 1 year, in 2012, as you might have heard us say. Okay? Yeah, so you understand? Also, there's another thing here. Over in Moscow, Putin threatens to make Ukraine pay ahead for gas. You understand? Since the Ukraine is left under Russian auspices, right? So there's been selling Ukraine energy. But they've been letting them, they've been giving them a break. They haven't been charging them top dollar, right? They was only charging them, this is in I got another article that talks about the same thing. It was like $280 for, so much natural gas, right? And now they're saying they're going to raise it to 400 and something. And where they will allow them to deal with paying, you follow what I'm saying, on a credit basis. Now they're going to have to pay up front, okay, before they get any energy. Okay? Also, you got heart bleed bug causes major security headache, and all these computers now, they getting bugs, they're being attacked with viruses, right? And a lot of people's information is being taken, being from these viruses, and people are, siphoning off their information. Okay? Toyota recalls 1.8 million more vehicles in U.S. You probably heard about the major recall with Toyota. I know most of you heard about the major recall with GM and how they, didn't. They knew these switches, these General Motor cars, is about 2 million or so of these vehicles. They knew these switches were bad, but they let them go out anyway. And it's caused about 22 or more deaths that we know about. Could be a lot more than that. But again, this is what we see this, and I mentioned this on the J.C. Myth series over in Jeremiah chapter 50 when it says a curse. Yah said he's put a curse on the chariots, right? And again, your chariots are your vehicles. And this is what we're seeing. Inferior vehicles being made and sent out to the public that can cause death and destruction, as it has done. And they can't get any, course now. You can't sue them, as you probably heard me say on this last session that just played. Okay. Also in here, it's been a terrible year for the orange crop is approaching the fruit's lowest harvest in decades. Okay, and this is attributed to a deadly bacteria that's infecting the tree. The trees, is to blame. Okay, this deadly bacteria. Okay, so don't look for a lot of oranges. All right, and again, this is part of the curse, right? Also, we got an article in here, about the Reverend Al Sharpton and another agent, right? Talking about how he's saying he's been working for the FBI, wearing a wire. Okay? He claims he's not a rat. Okay? He said he's a cat chasing the rats. Okay? But he started wearing a wire when he got caught on an FBI sting years ago trying to purchase a large amount of cocaine. And ever since then, he's been wearing a wire. Okay? Agent. See, before then, he was possibly not a known agent. You understand what I'm saying? In the sense he didn't know he was an agent because he's promulgating Christianity, idolatry, right? But ever since he got busted, you understand, trying to make the cocaine deal, he knows he's an agent, knowingly, wearing a wire. Okay? That's in this article, here in Chicago Sun-Times, April 10th. Here's another article here about the Edomites again, right? In Spain, say Spain may invite Edomites to return. Okay, big article about how the Edomites, it says the Jews who flocked to the two medieval synagogues in this walled city are tourists, not worshipers. No one of their faith has practiced it in the temple's exquisitely decorated precincts since 1492. Okay, you know about that year 1492, right? That was the year King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, besides dispatching Christopher Columbus, who was an Edomite too, if you didn't catch that, what we've talked about in the past. Christopher Columbus' name was Cristobal Colon. He was an Edomite, not an Italian. That's some more nonsense they teach in these houses of miseducation they call schools, really? You got me? Okay. So it says Christopher Columbus, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, besides dispatching Christopher Columbus to look for a passage to India, decreed the Jews of Spain had to convert to Christianity or leave the country. Many fled and were robbed, beaten, or raped on the way out. See, but the point being is here, they were called Jews, in some instances, probably without a doubt called Israel. But by the same token, doesn't it tell you in this book that Israel was to be scattered all over the world and not to know who they were? We weren't to know who we were. In 53 Isaiah Yeshaya, doesn't it say we roots out of dry ground? We were cut off. Okay? You understand? We weren't to know who we were. See, we were to be, and this is indicated in the curse. Deuteronomy 28:15 through 67, is it not? We would be scattered into the nations of the world and to take on their ways. Even those of us who remain in the land, we would come up under other people and take on their ways and customs, as our brothers and sisters, the so-called Palestinians, have done, because they call themselves Muslims. They even refer, answer to the tab or the marker Arab, but they're Israelites. So we were to forget who we were, according to this book of remembrance, right? But in this article here, it tells you, you understand that all the way back to 1492 and before then, way before then, right? These Edomites, who are Jews, only the Hebrew Edomites are Jews. Only time you hear a Hebrew Israelite refer to him or herself as a Jew is one who lacks understanding. You hear a Hebrew Israelite, so-called black, so-called African American, so-called Negro, call themselves a Jew. You know they misinformed. You know they lack illumination. Okay? So again, big article here, right? And with their star Esau on this plaque up in this window, and again, it's talking about how they've been, all the way coming up through time or down through time, however you want to characterize it, right? Over the last 2 millenniums, they talking about they are Jews, they are Israelites, but that's not what's talked about in this book. Remember, is anybody really reading this book? Huh? At least that's what they count on, people really not reading up here, right? And it says this Edomite, right? His name is Amit ben Arroya. Okay? It says let me just read. It says Spanish embassies around the globe have fielded inquiries from Jews who view the proposal. This proposal says, known as Sephardic Jews after the Hebrew word for Spain, they scattered across Europe, North Africa, farther afield. Nowadays, the highest concentration of Sephardim is in Israel. Most of your Sephardic Edomites is in Israel, they say, right? They says up to 3.5 million Jews worldwide trace their lineage to Spain, although it is not clear how or when their forebears made their way there in the first place. You hear that? Okay, but it says Spanish embassies around the globe have fielded inquiries from Jews who view the proposal as a poignant gesture of contrition and reconciliation, and others who see it as an opportunity to receive a European Union passport and the right to settle it in any of the EU's 28 nations. You know what Spain is doing, you understand, allowing these Edomites to return, right? But it says this person, he says, Amit ben Arroya, it is generally moving, a symbolic act of reconnecting with old and curious roots, and equally exciting in terms of the opportunities this might harbor, like access to the European market, quote unquote, said the 40-year-old lawyer who lives outside Tel Aviv. And generally speaking, being able to travel with a passport that is not Israeli is a certain advantage. So he's saying here, he's living outside Tel Aviv, right, over in the land of Israel, right? But on an Edomite passport saying he's an Israeli. He's saying that's an advantage to be able to get a passport saying he's from some other country, not Israel. You follow what I'm saying? And I wonder why that is. See, because then he can hide, claim, try to act like he's a Gentile, I guess. You follow what I'm saying? And say that, so people won't know he's an Edomite, a Jew. Because they being attacked. Okay, what does it say over in the 1 chapter of Obadiah? When you read that, Obadiah, the 1 chapter, Obadiah, what does it say over there? Doesn't y'all say, I have made thee small amongst the heathen, thou art greatly despised? So that's why he wants to have a passport other than saying he's from the land, which is indicating who he and what he is. He wants to get a passport that's saying he's from one of these 28 European nations, right? So he can act like he's somebody else. He's hiding. He wants to hide. I wonder why. Okay? They got a museum is housed in spacious 14th century synagogue of El Transito, which became a church and a hospital after the Jews were evicted, boasting Moorish influences with intricately carved plaster, arched windows, and inscriptions in both Hebrew and Arabic. It's now one of the city's most visited heritage sites. Says the other, even older synagogue, now called Synagogue of St. Mary. You hear that? The white, okay, I'm going to read this again. says the other, even older synagogue, now called Synagogue of Saint Mary the White. Yeah, I know they're going to mess with that. Hold on. Yeah, righteousness, peace. All right, I'm back. Now, again, I'm going to read this. It says, the other, even older synagogue, now called Synagogue of Saint Mary the White, was also used as a church and is now a popular tourist stop. During the temple's heyday, Toledo was one of the greater centers of Jewish culture on the Iberian Peninsula, along with Cordoba and Seville. Christians, Muslims, and Jews lived in an often uneasy but largely peaceful atmosphere of religious tolerance. You hear that? Toward the end of the 15th century, however, Spain's Catholic rulers grew more insistent on Christian conformity. The Inquisition began in Seville in 1481. Then, on Isabella, issued the Alhambra decree, alleging that Jews were trying to turn Christians to their own wicked belief and conviction. They were ordered to convert or leave. Okay? So, again, Edomites been calling themselves, Jews, which they are, but also trying to connect themselves and saying they of Israel coming up through the centuries. That's not the prophecy in this book. So that alone makes them not Israel. Because Israel was supposed to be cut off and not know who they were. And we can see this is pervasive to this day with the majority of Israel. And as I said at different times continually in the past, basically Israel is not going to know that they Israel until, as it says in Ezekiel chapter 35, till Yah has judged Esau amongst his people. But how is that going to happen? When Yah judges the Edomites, when he runs them out of our land, again, why? For the controversy of Zion, 34 verse 8, Yeshaya, Isaiah, right? They're saying they're Israel, we saying we Israel. They saying the land of Israel belongs to them, we saying the land of Israel belongs to us. Somebody lying. Now, we both can be wrong, but we both can't be right. So somebody's lying. So that's controversy, is it not? So now, right, when this happens, and then this is going to trigger these elite to come and get Yah's movement. Because they've already been told. What does it say in Malachi chapter 4? I shall bring forth Eliah the prophet. Some got to be prophesied in order to be a prophet. And once the prophecy has come forth, then it remains to be seen if that prophecy is from Yah or not. Isn't that what it said in Deuteronomy chapter 18? Does that? They're Edomites. Half the Edomite population in Israel, they're Sephardic. And they say some of these rabbis have denounced the Madrid move as a cynical bid to buy an undeserved pardon. Others credit the Spanish government with earnestly trying to make amends and note that some of the Edomites have accepted reparation and have been forced to flee by the Nazis. Okay? Tamar Alexander, professor at Ben Gurion University Center of Ladino Culture, told the newspaper Haaretz that there was a new wind blowing in Spain and lauded Madrid for moving to give Sephardic Jews like her the chance to bosom of our mother and country of origin. You hear that? So they claim in Europe, right? The truth coming out, isn't it? Isn't that what Helen Thomas, that just passed the other year? I know they're going to mess with that. Hold on. All right, I knew they was going to mess with that. Okay? But again, for the controversy of Zion, Yeshaya 34 verse 8, Isaiah 34 verse 8, right? You understand? Esau, the Edomites saying the land belongs to them. They saying they Israel. We saying the land belongs to us. We Israel. Somebody lying. We both can't be right, but we both can be wrong. Somebody's lying. So now it remains to be seen who, right? But again, this Tamar Alexander, she's a professor at Ben Gurion University Center of Ladino Culture, told the newspaper Haaretz that there was a new wind blowing in Spain and lauded Madrid for moving to give Sephardi Jews like her the chance to return to the bosom of our country and our mother and country of origin. So the truth is coming out. They really from Europe. Is that it? Or they just saying they was born there? Okay, but again, these are Edomites who traveled there many centuries ago, set up shop, okay, had different generations born there. You follow me? They got to be Esau. I don't care what people talk about this Sephardic Ashkenazi stuff, okay? And again, you got them both there in the land. See, they got to be Esau. Now, let me just read this too. I'm almost at the end. It said, how many would actually take up the offer remains to be seen. Going back to Spain, right? Said the Spanish economy is struggling to regain its footing after a deep and painful recession. 1 in 4 workers, including half of those younger than 25, is out of a job. You hear that? That's what's going on in Spain. That's why they didn't have all this mass protest here lately. Hundreds of thousands of people, because they under austerity. Because the Illuminati Edomite, you understand, the House of Rothschild, and put the chokehold on them. Same thing what he's doing to all these people, these nations in the world, the Illuminati Edomites, and definitely, over in the West. But it's over in the East too. Again, because the dollar is the world currency. You follow me? And this is from Yah. This is actually who it's from. Working through the sword. Jeremiah, Jeremiah chapter 25, 14th verse through the 33rd verse. The sword that he's brought on the inhabitants of the earth to drive them mad. And they are mad. Don't you see these people? Like I said, they in protest, rising up. The pressure's getting to them, huh? Breaking out, stabbing people, blowing people up. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, this stuff everywhere because people can't stand up under the pressure. Right? The same kind of pressure Israel is under. And those of us who know we Israel, what I just got through saying on this last session, what turns a piece of coal into a diamond? Pressure and time. But again, some of these diamonds got so many inclusions, defects in them, they can't stand up to the refinement, to the polishing. So they shatter. As we've seen different ones, you understand, they used to come into this room. They no longer come into this room. Different ones used to call you. They don't call you anymore. They don't call you Shai. They don't call you Dina. They don't call you Remy. They done gone into Hotep. Or they done reverted back into Christianity. Or they gone somewhere. But you understand? They can't stand up under this pressure. You follow me? They got all these attachments to the ways of the heathen. They don't want to give up their dog, their cat that they got in the house, jumping up on the counter, jumping up on the bed. They don't want to give up the catfish or the shrimp, the crab, the lobster, the clam, the tuna fish. They don't want to give up the pork. They don't want to give up their cross. They scared they're going to you understand, inflamed their father, their mother, their sister, their brother, their uncle, their aunt, their grandfather, their grandmother. They trying to mix with the iron. They don't want to give up their degree. Bachelor, master, or PhD. Cleaving to the ways of the heathen that they supposed to let go of. You remember chapter 10. Learn not the ways of the heathen, for the customs of the people are worthless, vain. 331 Proverbs, envy not the oppressor, choose none of his ways. Well, we've been raised in this. This is again, wasn't this the curse? Deuteronomy 28:15 through 67. Now when we awaken, read and study, pray and do, now we start seeing all the ways of the heathen. Isn't that right? Now we can discern who's serving Yah, who's not serving Yah. Malachi chapter 3, 15 through the 18th verse. Then we got to what? Hosea chapter 6. After 2,000 years or 2 days, Yah gonna revive us. So we're reviving. Israelites waking up every day, all around the world, right? Popping up like willows by the water courses. Yeshaya chapter 44. Seeing our seed, Yeshaya chapter 53:10. Okay, but again, Hosea chapter 6, after 2 days of 2,000 Yah will raise us up, we will live in his sight. You're not alive till you get this law. Genesis chapter 2. Verse 7. That's when Adam and Eve got the law. Adam got it first, then Yah created Eve, and then she got it. And what did Yah tell them? You can eat of me freely, he the tree of life. I just touched on that in this session. But the day you go away from me, from obeying me, then you eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Now you're cut off from me. As Israel has been cut off from Yah, and the majority of Israel, you understand, still haven't found their way to Yah. You understand? Back to Yah. You understand what I'm saying? And most of them still are not going to come to Yah. We know this, right? Yeshaya chapter 6. A tenth of Israel, the males now, is talking about in Yeshaya 6, is only a tenth of the males that's coming to Yah. 9 out of 10 of the Israelite males are not coming back to Yah. Now, how many women? I don't know. I would think without a doubt it's going to be more Israelite women than men, without a doubt. I don't see, you understand? Because again, Yah says 7 women going to grab hold of 1 man. And it's not saying that all these going to be 7 Israelite women, but it might be out of that 7, 4 out of 7 might be Israelite women. You know what I mean? So, but still, that's going to be more Israelite women that's going to come back to Yah than Israelite men. But what does it say in Hosea 6? Then we shall know if we follow on to serve Yah, because you got to make a decision all along the way. You got to give up things that the ways of the heathen. And the more you do that, the more you take on the ways of Yah. Yah illuminates you more and more and more and more. And as long as you stay totally committed and submitted to Yah in obedience and compliance with Yah's laws and statutes and ordinances and judgments and commandments and precepts, the more illumination you're going to get from Yah. He's the only one can illuminate. No human being can illuminate another. No human being can make another human being understand. Only Yah can do that. I am a witness. Didn't Yah say 55 Yeshaya? Again, Yah says, I've given him for a witness, a leader, and a commander to the people. But it's still all Yah. And some, as I just said in this session, who awaken, they can't stand up to the refinement, to the polishing. Okay? They shatter in all little bitty pieces. Because they've got so many inclusions, defects. Okay? That's for that. Okay, and here's another one here. This is out of Chicago Sun-Times, April 11th. Now, for those of you who haven't heard, Walmart and Wild Oats. Wild Oats used to be, you know, one of these organic per se, like Whole Foods, you know, supermarkets. Used to be one here in Chicago, and they went under. And so now they must still be in existence some other places, because Walmart and Wild Oats have come together now. They've merged, right? And they're supposed to be unveiling a cheaper organic line. And all I can say to you is, don't go for that. Don't drink the Kool-Aid. Because I look at this as GMOs. You know, again now, you understand? You know that they just defeated all these labeling bills. They can label stuff any kind of way they want, right? We done talked about this. And I know many of you are privy to that. They can label this stuff any kind of way they want. So they're going to label these GMOs as organic. That's why y'all say we're in a lot of trouble. But again, the Jerusalem movement going to be saved out of it. You remember chapter 30, right? Verse 7. Again, I know it says you're cold, but it's talking about the Jerusalem movement there. As it says, Zion's going to be saved out of. You'll see Zion later on in the chapter. Okay? It says Walmart is using its massive size to drive down the price of organic food items, from tomato paste to chicken broth, to make them more affordable for its low-income customers. The world's largest retailer and nation's largest grocery seller said Thursday that it has teamed up with Wild Oats to sell a new, you hear that? And you know ain't nothing new up under the sun, right? Except these GMOs maybe, right? New line of organic food starting this month that's at least 25% cheaper than the national organic brands it carries, and in line with the prices of its branded non-organic alternatives. Wild Oats helped pioneer the organic food trend in the late 1980s, but has largely disappeared from store shelves since 2007. You hear that? See, so now this is Walmart and the Illuminati Edomite, you understand, working through Walmart, one of its tentacles, and now they done hooked up, you understand, probably paid the Wild Oats people a large piece of money to get a hold of the name. You understand what I'm saying to you? And now they're going to combine two. You follow me? And it probably, you won't see Walmart on the products. You'll see Wild Oats or something, you understand what I'm saying? Or a new name that's indicative that it's organic. And you know they're going to pop organic on there. But this is going to be GMOs. And they're going to sell them through Walmart. And they got it cheaper. Why? Because they want to, you understand, feed the masses with this GMO garbage. Franken food. You know, Frankenstein food, right? So that's the game. Don't drink the Kool-Aid. Okay? Also, you know, here's the two of these engineers that were responsible, so they say, right, for putting out these inferior GM cars, General Motor cars, right? GM put them on leave, but it's a paid leave. Who don't like that? Okay? They messed up, right? Say General Motors has suspended 2 engineers with pay in the first disciplinary act. That don't sound like no disciplinary action to me. Disciplinary action linked to its delayed recall of more than 2 million small cars for a deadly ignition switch problem. I know all of you out there that's got jobs. Don't you wish you get that kind of disciplinary action put on you? That you get relieved of all job responsibilities with pay? Okay, and some of you might not have heard Family Dollar to close stores as shoppers pinched. Okay, so the dollar store can't even stay open anymore. It's so bad out here. Listen to this. Dollar stores are feeling the pinch from mounting financial pressures on low-income shoppers. Family Dollar said Thursday that it will cut jobs and close about 370 underperforming stores as it tries to reverse sagging sales and earnings. The discount store operator will also permanently lower prices on about 1,000 basic items. Family stores did not provide details on how many jobs it would cost. You know it's going to be plenty. The retail chain follows competitors in highlighting the split between shoppers who are enjoying an improving economy and those being left behind. Well, you know, I don't know where they're getting this improving economy. That's some more propaganda, right? Dollar General, the nation's largest dollar store chain with about 11,100 locations, offered a weak profit outlook last month after reporting weak fourth quarter sales. And Dollar Tree, which operates nearly 5,000 locations, missed profit expectations for the holiday quarter in February. Okay, so the dollar store can't even stay open. You know that's bad. And you see the propaganda, they're going to give you that contract. They say the dollar store is closing, but it's an improving economy. I mean, now, is that contradictory or what? Okay, and this Chicago Sun-Times, April 11, says, living out promise of Civil Rights Act. A half a century after the passage of the sweeping civil rights legislation, President Barack Obama declared that he had lived out the promise envisioned by Lyndon B. Johnson, the president who championed the push for greater racial equality. Marking the 50th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act, which Johnson signed into law, Obama lauded his Democratic predecessor's ability to grasp, like few others, the power of government to bring about change and swing open the doors of opportunity for millions of Americans. Rah, 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 zip, boom, bah, Obama, Obama, Obama. Right? So they swung open for you and they swung open for me. That's what your president said, right? That's why I'm standing here today. Right. That's what he said. Now, this was done back in 1964 under Lyndon Baines Johnson, right? So this is your president talking here, right? Quote, those of us who've had the singular privilege to hold the office of the presidency know well that progress in this country can be hard and it can be slow, frustrating, and sometimes you're stymied, your president said. You're reminded daily that in this great democracy, you are but a relay swimmer in the currents of history, bound by decisions of those who came before, relying on the efforts of those who will follow to fully vindicate your vision, he continued. But the presidency also affords a unique opportunity to bend those currents by shaping our laws and by shaping our debates, by working within the confines of the world as it is, but also by re-imaging the world as it should be. Now, I wonder whose image that is. Who you understand? Okay, excuse me. Yada is reimagining. Now, reimagining. Now, I wonder whose imagination that is. Because it's not his, I can tell you that. Okay? That's your president. Reading his script from Hollywood by Esau, House of Rothschild. Okay, this is our Chicago Tribune, April 11. I know all of the Israelites, they say scientists. Jesus' wife writing likely ancient. Now they said here, says scientists who examine a controversial fragment of papyrus written in Egyptian Coptic in which Jesus speaks of his wife concluded in papers published Thursday that the papyrus and ink are probably ancient and not a modern forgery. So they're saying they're real. So again, all of them priests at the Vatican in Rome and wherever else they are that's been hiding, sneaking around, you understand, having conjugal relationships with women and their wife now. Right? Some more nonsense. The existence of the fragment known as the Gospel of Jesus' wife was made public at an academic conference in 2012. It is seen by some as a glimpse of how ancient Christians thought and decried by others. But you know, what do I know, right? I tell you, boys, woo. They never stop, do they? Okay, now this is out the Chicago Tribune of a veteran, a soldier, Gentile. His name is Christopher Lloyd, a former Army sergeant who lives in Wichita Falls, Texas, wonders why the best job he can find pays only $8 an hour. Why are jobs elusive for vets? That's the title here. Many efforts focus on enduring unemployment problem, but it defies simple answers. Now these veterans come back, from the war. They can't even get a job that's paying a decent wage. Okay, also here it says the UN okays 12,000 troops for Central African Republic. Because, you know, Esau, just for what I read earlier, you understand, he's going to cause all this diversification in Central African Republic, right? Got the Muslims attacking the Christians of these people of color. More likely many of them Hamites, a few of them, however many, possibly Israelites, right? And so now the UN is sending in 12,000 troops, right? Set control of these African nations, right? By any means necessary. Here's another article. The Edomites imposing sanctions against the Palestinians. That's nothing new. That's all the time, isn't it? Say the Edomites impose economic sanctions against the Palestinians on Thursday in retaliation for their leadership signing international conventions, moves that further complicate U.S. efforts to keep peace talks from collapsing before April 29th deadline. Okay? Yeah, and some of y'all might have heard Hillary Clinton, who they getting ready to run, more likely, it depends on whether they're going to put her in there as president, but she got some shoes thrown at her. You know, like Bush, you know, shoes were thrown at Bush. I know many of you, if not all of you, saw that. Well, it was one shoe thrown at Hillary. Said a woman threw a shoe at him on Thursday as the former Secretary of State was delivering a speech at Las Vegas hotel, but Clinton dodged it and continued her remarks, a Secret Service spokesman said. The shoe thrower was taken into custody by the Secret Service and hotel security.
She had eluded the screening process.
Eluded the screening process. Okay, this is out of Chicago Tribune. And, you know, this is one of the writers here out of Chicago University Law School wrote a big article. His name is Eric Posner. More than likely he's an Edomite. And he's saying, don't rush to condemn GM. Automaker may have acted reasonably in not recalling cars with faulty switches. Now you explain to me, how can somebody act reasonably in not recalling cars that they knew were defective before they went out the door, that has caused at least 22 people's deaths, and more likely more than that that's not attributed. We don't even have, you know, that's not scored up. Okay? Says General Motors has recalled about 2.6 million cars to address concerns about faulty ignition switches. The defect is linked to 13 deaths. They say 13 here, but I've seen even more in another article. Okay? And again, you know, you got the crisis in Venezuela with they trying to get the Maduro government out of there. Okay? They got a lot of violence and you know, different everyday needs like toilet paper. They have no time getting, you know, because again, you know, the Koch brothers, Illuminati Edomite too, and the Koch brothers, they got a chokehold on the Venezuelan economy, trying to disrupt it and trying to get Maduro out of there, because he's standing up against the powers that be. And Chicago Tribune, April 11th, again, GM will take $1.3 billion charge for recall costs. Beleaguered car maker puts 2 engineers on paid leave. Well, we just read that, right? Paid leave, right? That's supposed to be disciplinary. Okay? But they're going to have to spend their claim $1.3 billion. I don't believe that. You know what I mean? I just think that's a bloated figure, right? Okay, and this one's last. And, you know, y'all made this one last. And it came in the day's paper. You know, we get the paper delivered, and I just happened to see it on the front page, right? And those of you who follow Yah Righteousness, you've heard me and not long ago, talk about the situation with Chairman ICL Ben Israel that used to be with Ben Ami and them, the brothers in, who's with him for over 40 years. And it just came down here today in the day's paper, and I'm going to read it to you. Sanctions against Zimbabwe targeted. Religious leader admits scheme to aid despot. He pleaded guilty. Okay? They got a big picture of him here. Prince, they call him still Prince. I call him the chairman because he set up, a better world. He's the chairman of that, right? ICL Ben Israel after pleading guilty in federal court Friday. And they got a picture of the other brother, Gregory Turner. He's in the background. And ICL standing here with his lawyers, right? A Southside religious leader admitted Friday that he broke. Now, this is out of Chicago Sun-Times, okay? April 12th. A Southside religious leader admitted Friday that he broke the law when he agreed to a $3.4 million deal to lobby Chicago politicians to lift sanctions against the regime of Zimbabwean President Robert Mugabe. Prince ICL Ben Israel, as they call him, right? 72, pleaded guilty to failing to register as an agent of the controversial Mugabe, on whose behalf he tried to enlist 4 Chicago lawmakers to open a back channel to President Barack Obama and have the sanctions overturned. He faces up to 5 years behind bars, but under the terms of his plea deal with prosecutors, is free to argue for probation at a sentence hearing later this year. Despite his guilty plea, the sharp-dressed Ben Israel, whose family runs a well-known vegan soul food restaurant on 75th Street, remained defiant later Friday, saying he devoted his life to uplifting the African people and had done nothing morally wrong. Together with co-defendant Greg Turner, 71, who continues to maintain his innocence, Ben Israel had hoped to take advantage of the election of the U.S. first black president, believing Obama might consider a policy change toward Mugabe's Southeast African regime. Court papers state sanctions against Mugabe, his ZANU-PF party, and other leading members of his ruling elite were enacted by the Bush administration in 2003 as punishment for Mugabe's human rights abuses and election fraud. But Ben Israel's scheme never got off the ground. Before Obama was even sworn in, his staff referred the case to the FBI in December 2008, leading to Ben Israel's eventual indictment and guilty plea. You hear that? So they're saying here that Obama's staff and Obama, they knew about this even before Obama was even sworn in, after he was selected, that's what I call it, president, by the House of Rothschild, Rothschild's choice, right? They knew about this. This is all the way back in 2008. And this is when, ICL was still with the brothers in Demona. This is right around the time of the split. Because from what I understand, the split happened right around this time or early 09. But I think it was right around the end of 08 going into 09, right? Says, though none of the Chicago politicians he and Turner allegedly approached is named in the court papers or is accused of any crime, court papers make it clear that U.S. Representatives Danny Davis and Bobby Rush were targeted by the men. Both lawmakers co-sponsored a 2010 bill that sought a review of the sanctions which were intended to rein in the fraud, violence, intimidation, and vote rigging that Mugabe and his ZANU-PF party have increasingly relied upon since they successfully drove out Zimbabwe's white colonial minority government in 1980. That's, that's what they call it. You follow what I'm saying? Intimidation, violence, and fraud, and vote rigging. Who does more vote rigging here than here in America? Just go back to that 2000 election, right? And you can really go back all the way to Woodrow Wilson, all right? At least one of the 2 congressmen, it's unclear whether it was Davis or Rush, planned to travel to Zimbabwe to meet with Mugabe in 2009, but the trip was canceled, court papers state. The complaint against Ben Israel and Turner also says an unnamed state senator and state representative linked to the defendants went to Africa in 2008 and agreed to lobby Obama on Mugabe's behalf. Mugabe's regime ultimately pulled the plug on the project after Obama renewed the sanctions multiple times, and Ben Israel and Turner were never paid, according to the complaint. Speaking after his guilty plea Friday morning, Ben Israel, who is a leader in the Hebrew Israelite Black Jewish movement, all of these is basically wrong appellatives except for the Hebrew Israelite, appellation, right? But again, it says the leader of the Hebrew Israelite Black Jewish movement and carried a West African cane and wore a brimless hat in court, said he pleaded guilty to spare his family the ordeal of a trial. Yeah, and the huge expense that he wasn't going to be. You understand? He understood that. And this is what he said, I see it, right? I believe in giving people clean water. I believe in giving people rights to live after more than 100 years of being oppressed by a foreign power, England, to their own rights to live in their own country and land. And I continue to believe that justice must be served, he said, quote unquote, right? Asked whether there were other benefits behind the $3.4 million deal for him, he declined to answer on the advice of his attorney, who cited his upcoming sentencing hearing. Okay, so I figured you'd want to hear that. And again, he as I said before when I talked about this, we can't go to man, all right, to get Yah established. We've got to go to Yah, and then Yah brings it about, okay, as he has done numerous times in the past. As I mentioned earlier, the situation with Cyrus in Ezra chapter 1, okay? And again, while I'm on that, in this session I mentioned about a brother, and when he hears this, he's going to know who I'm talking about, that called here. And he's called at different times, and he always brings me things, to try to unsubstantiate the reason why, or should I say unsubstantiate why we should acknowledge these days that, feast days, Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread, and different things of this nature, right? He says, he called here last week, and he called Sunday morning, and he's like, Yoda. I said, yeah, if you look at Daniel chapter 10, you'll see that Daniel didn't acknowledge the past. And so I got the book and looked at it, and I said, yeah, I can see that. Because when you read Daniel chapter 10, right, it says that on the third day of the first month of the year, or the fourth day, I'll just read it to you. In the third year of Cyrus, king of Persia. This is Daniel chapter 10 at the top, right? A thing was revealed unto Daniel, whose name withstood the thing and had understanding of the vision. In those days I, Daniel, was mourning 3 full weeks. I ate no pleasant bread, neither came flesh nor wine in my mouth, neither did I anoint myself at all till 3 whole weeks were fulfilled. And in the 24th day of the first month, I was by the side of the great river, which is Hiddekel. All right, so this is the 24th day of the first month of the year. Now, he had just been fasting or afflicting his soul. He ate bread, but it wasn't pleasant to him. He ate no flesh, drank no wine during this period of 21 days, as we spoken of in the past. So he had to start doing this, right, on the 3rd day of the month, because this is the 24th day. He just come off a 21-day fast. Now, this is the first month, you understand, as you see here. So you can see the first month, and I didn't go into quibbling that this might not have been the first month that we looked at. Maybe this is the first month that the Persians dealt with. But I'm just going to deal with it from that perspective, right? And I dealt with that with him. Okay, I give you that, right? It's the first month. Okay, we'll say it's really the beginning of the year, according to Yah. All right? And so Daniel was in captivity. He was fasting, so he didn't acknowledge Passover or Feast of Weeks. Okay? I mean, not Feast of Weeks, but the Feast of Unleavened Bread, right? He didn't acknowledge that, as we can see here, right? So he's saying that we shouldn't do that now. That's his point. And he's come at me before time with things of this nature. And so I'm like, well, again, let's look at what was going on. The first thing I said to him was, maybe, because that's all I can do is speculate in regards to, Daniel's thinking, right? Maybe he looked at the stopping of the building of the temple, which, hadn't happened when, like I've said in the past, Daniel was a man of high degree. More likely than not, without question, he was sitting in the court of Cyrus. When the adversary sent the accusation, Ezra chapter 4, to Cyrus, the lie, and it was read to Cyrus in his court, Daniel more likely was sitting right there. He heard it too. At the same time when Cyrus heard it, he said, okay, let me think about it, right? Daniel started afflicting his soul. Now remember, 3 years prior, in 538, which we see in Daniel chapter 9, all right, because it tells you this at the beginning of this chapter 10, right? This is the 3rd year of Cyrus. So that's 535, because the beginning of the Medo-Persian kingdom began in 538. Okay, that's when Babylon was defeated. Okay, so now we know that Daniel was told in Daniel chapter 9, verse 24, 25, and the first half of the 26th verse, the rest too, but this is applicable to Zerubbabel, the Messiah. 24th, 25th verse of chapter 9, Daniel, in the first half of the 26th verse, right? After 62 weeks, the Messiah would be cut off, but not for himself. Okay, so now this is the 3rd year of Cyrus, and this is the 1st month of the year. Daniel that has just come off afflicting his soul for 21 days, because it took, as we see in this chapter 10, Daniel, the angel that long to prevail on Cyrus, the king, the prince. And again, we talked about not long ago how this king in chapter 10, Esau put an S behind it, made it plural. It should be singular. And the prince and the king is the same person, is Cyrus. Okay? And it took the angel 3 weeks to prevail on Cyrus to get him to put a stop to the building of the temple, because Cyrus didn't want to do it. Because he understood that Yah had raised him up to build him a house in Jerusalem, as it so states in Ezra chapter 1. Correct? All right, so now, you understand, and that also knocks out all of these, these JCs and Yeshuas and Yahashuas, who want to proclaim that Daniel 9, 24, 5, and 26 and 27 is talking about JC, all right? Okay, now, as I said to the brother, possibly, the building of the temple took precedence over this, and so Daniel just took it upon himself to afflict his soul. That's what I first said to him. When he hears this, he's going to be able to verify this in his mind, right? And so we went back and forth, but as I always say, and as you heard me say on this session that just played, I got to go with, I got to go what got me to this point. I got to dance with, who brought me to the dance. And Yah is the one that has revealed these things to me, and I'm going to keep on acknowledging them, because I've been acknowledging them now over 30 years, and I know how it was before I actually started acknowledging them. You follow what I'm saying? Those first 10 years I was on this path, when I was duplicitous, okay, when I was not totally in harmony with Yah, when I hadn't totally did 180-degree about-face submission and commitment. And I've spoken on this at different times in the past. But as of October 1983, I've been totally committed and submitted. And so this is what Yah has allowed me to see, and he has done things, you understand, through me, and allowed things to be established. And this movement is growing. That's why Esau attacks it like he does. As all of you who are in the room right now, and those of you who've been in the room or gone to the site, you've heard us say, you witnessed it for yourself, even today. I've got to go with what got me, what has gotten my house, my family, so far, and what I see is going to get us to the land and get us all the way to the fulfillment of this book and to the kingdom of the Most High. But as I said in the past, and I said to him, you've got to go with what you see, and I've got to go with what I see, and let the chips fall where they may. If I'm wrong, I take full, total responsibility for that. If I'm right, it turns out that what I'm saying is right. Yah is great. He gets all the credit and praise, not me. I'm just the conduit. Now, so we hung up, and then because I was doing something when he called initially, and then when I got through with that, it didn't take long, a few minutes, and then I went and opened up the book again, and I looked at it and I read it, and I called him back because Yah said, I will make him of quick understanding, in the fear of Yah. I called him back, but I didn't get any answer. I got that what I talked about earlier about the mailbox is full, okay? So I couldn't leave a message, but I know he's got, all these newfangled phones now, right? I said, I know he's going to be able to see that I called. So I just hung up, and about 3 hours later, he called back. He's like, did you call me? And I said, yeah, bro, I did. I said, I couldn't leave a message, the mailbox full. So I told him, I said, I called you back. I said, because when when we got through talking, I went into it a few minutes later and read it. And then, like I said in the past, when we in this book, we always got to take note of the time frame, what was going on at that particular time. And when I looked at Daniel, right, and his experience, Daniel went out, as it so states in the first chapter, when he was a child. I give a estimate of, anywhere from maybe 12 to 15. I don't think he was any older than 15. Possibly, I don't think he was younger than 12. He had a grasp of the law. How much of the law he actually knew, I can't say. But he had a grasp of it because he knew about the diet. He did know that much. But when we go back and look at that time, again, he went out in the first bunch that was taken up into Babylon in 606 BCE. And if, let's just say arbitrarily, he was 12 years old. Okay, so that makes him being born when? At 618 BCE. And when we look at that time there, what was going on in the land? You follow what I'm saying? Because like I said to him, it could very well be that Yah wasn't in the temple, as you heard me say on this session that just played. We know he wasn't in the temple in 590 BCE. You understand what I'm saying? 590, 592, when he took Ezekiel to Jerusalem in a vision, up into the temple, into the different sanctuaries of the temple to show what the Levites and the high priest was doing at that time. So he had left. You know that spot, what is it, Hosea chapter 5, when Yah says, I'm going to return unto my place in their affliction. They're going to seek my face early. See, because the people were doing everything. We know Jeremiah, was raised up by 620 BCE, and Yah started bringing prophecies through Jeremiah then. So this is possibly about maybe 2 years, right, give or take, before or right around, all right? And as I directed to the brother, you go to Jeremiah chapter 5. Doesn't it say there, doesn't Jeremiah say that I've been speaking to the poor and foolish of my people who don't know the law? Let me get myself to the great men who know the law. So we don't know just how much law Daniel knew, okay? But I'll give you a little leeway on that per se. Maybe Daniel knew basically the majority of the law. But at the same time, he was raised in the atmosphere. You think they were doing the Passover then? They wasn't recognizing the Passover Feast of Unleavened Bread then. Because this place is in the book, as I mentioned to him, right? It tells you, and this is about 100 or so years prior, you follow me, to Jeremiah even being raised up to prophesy. So this is 100 or so years prior to Daniel's birth. That doesn't say that the people hadn't done the Passover in a long time, and then they did it. You follow what I'm saying? Because so how much less, how, you know what I mean, that they weren't doing it then. You know, they weren't doing it more likely, not at all then. Yah had left the temple, and if he hadn't left it, I'm sure he was on the verge of leaving it. Like I just said in this last session about Jehoiakim. Jehoiakim came on the throne, what was it, around 609 BCE? And when they read what Yah had pronounced on Jerusalem, what did he do? What did Jehoiakim do? He took a penknife sitting before you understand, in the winter house before the fire, cut out them pages, and threw them in the fire. You understand? Right before he came on the scene, right? Shalom, his brother, had been taken down into Egypt by Pharaoh Necho. Now we know their father, Yosha, was all about Yah, and he did all he could to turn the people to Yah, right? But at the same time, we can also see that, you understand, many of the people weren't, you know, if anything, they was just doing lip service, like many of them today. You get it? As I mentioned in the past, when you go to the 34th chapter, 2nd Chronicles, Yosha, he basically made it under the pain of death that people had to put away idolatry. See, when you got to make somebody do something, and it's not really coming from their heart, right? Then they just going through the motions. Now, when they up in their home, you follow what I'm saying? Then the truth comes out. But when they come outside those doors of their house, now they put on the facade, the superficial act. So again, we see in breakdown, major breakdown. When Daniel was born, when Daniel was a young boy, again, that's why you get the first carrying away. When he was a young child, him, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So how much were they actually doing? You follow what I'm saying? So they possibly, without a doubt, weren't even acknowledging Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread, Feast of Tabernacles, Feast of Weeks. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, Daniel wouldn't have been actually in that mind, that mindset. You understand? Many years later, he's been in captivity basically all his life. But he still knew about the law, but at the same time, he was committed. We can see that the angel tells Daniel in chapter 10, from the day he started to chasten himself when he heard, should I say, you understand, this lying letter. You follow what I'm saying? So he started to chasten himself. You follow me? So possibly that's what, you understand, that took precedence in his mind, because he's all discombobulated. He'd been told 3 years earlier that the temple's going to be stopped after 62 weeks. See? But he's afflicting his soul because he wants to know what's going to happen. And that's why the angel is sent to him in chapter 10 to give him understanding of what was going to happen. And the angel tells him, but the vision is for many days. Because again, this is 535 BCE, and the vision that the angel, that Yah showed through the angel to Daniel at that time in chapter 10 ended in 164 BCE. Daniel chapter 11 verse 35. So it was for many days. Okay? So when I laid this on him, then I mean, he could see it. You follow what I'm saying? So that conversation ended. Then he called back that night late. He called back later on, so many hours later. You follow what I'm saying? And you follow what I mean? I know he can see it. You follow what I'm saying? And he can understand it. Because again, you understand, I can tell the way he came and what he said. But you got brothers and sisters who try to get out of doing the law. You follow what I'm saying? And as I said to him, and what I forgot to say initially, I always direct people to Deuteronomy chapter 30, the first 2 verses and the first 2 words in the 3rd verse. And when you beam in on that second verse, what did Yah say? Call all these things to mind in the nations where you've been scattered. If then you return, the only way you return to Yah, you got to return to this, his righteousness, his laws. And this is expressed, you understand, in this book. We got to embrace this law. That's what Moses said, A-L-L, all. And that's all that we can do in captivity. Quite naturally, as I saw up on the screen earlier, people put up there about sacrifice. We offer up the cares of our lips. That's our sacrifice. Okay? All animal sacrifices is for the temple. The temple's not built yet. Just like tithes and offerings, which you see in Malachi chapter 1, when y'all said, not chapter 1, but chapter 3, I said, bring all the tithes and the offerings into the storehouse and see, won't I, you understand, pull you out of blessed house. The storehouse is this third and last temple. That's always been the storehouse. The first temple, right? The second temple, the third temple. That's the storehouse. Okay? And as I said before, you understand, that second temple, y'all never came into that second temple. Because everything they did there was unclean. But they still were supposed to do the sacrifices, what they had sunk into in Malachi chapter 1, don't we? And Nehemiah and Nehemiah, he relays the same thing in the last chapter of his book, chapter 13. Isn't that right? They got worse and worse and worse. Similar to, just like what I said in this session about our situation here in the daughter of Babylon, and where else we are in the world. Okay, but definitely here, what we can see in the daughter of Babylon since Reconstruction, 1865, our situation has gotten worse. Okay, all these Negroes who's into democracy, democracy, which is, as I've said in the past, an oxymoron. How can those who are ruled be rulers? How can the ruled rule? That's an oxymoron. That don't even make sense. Now, what do you see? Different acts, you understand, going out, being nullified by other legislation. As I said in this session that just ended, the Constitution has been totally nullified. And they've done that systematically over this past century. President, you understand, is a virtual dictator. Okay? And again, he's being controlled. He's puppeteered by the Illuminati of Malachi, International Bank and Edomite, House of Rothschild. Now, see? So, we have to look at the time, but you see, you get people who want to try to get out from doing different things. You understand? Like that one I told you we call Jehoiakim here in Chicago, who say throw out, you understand, all the book of Daniel, throw out Yeshaya chapter 53, throw out the last 3 verses in chapter 52. You follow what I'm saying? Because he sees these different markings, and people want to refer to as talking about the main idol of Christianity. So he's looking at anything that's dealing with, you understand, that the Edomites, you understand, have branded as talking about the main idol of Christianity. Throw that out. They put that in there. That's nonsense. He talks about David never existed. Isaiah, Solomon never existed. Saul never existed. You follow what I'm saying? He talks about going to them first 72 Psalms that's attributed to David. He says Abraham didn't exist, called, you understand, Yahweh wouldn't have blessed the man who married his sister. Okay? As I just talked about on this last session. Esau tampered with that. All right? I talked about it on the session before. More likely than not, just like the situation with Athaliah, they say that she was the daughter of Omri in this book, but she was his granddaughter because Ahab was her father. Again, more likely than not, Abraham and Sarah had the same grandfather. Fathers were brothers, which makes them cousins, which according to this book, cousins married. That's how the nation grew. How do you think 70 people went down in Egypt back in the book of Genesis? Only 69 of them reproduced. Because when they went down there, Israel was 130 years old. He didn't have no more children. So 69 of them reproduced. And in 430 years when Yah brought us out, Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread, right? When he brought us out of Egypt, that night, a night much to be remembered. Night, N-I-G-H-T, dark, on the 15th day, in haste, right? In flight. We came out what? A mixed multitude. And what does it say? You understand, like the army, the men of Israel, not counting the men of the tribe of Levi, only counting those men of the rest of the tribes. Numbered like what? 600? So how many is that? Maybe about what? 3-4 million? If they all got what they call about 2 children apiece. And you know Yah multiplies us prolifically. So what did he bring out? About 3 million or so? Now explain to me how you gonna get that many people in 430 years out of 69, unless they, you understand, multiple wives and they, you understand. So with that, we're open for questions. Questions? If it's no questions, then we can just call it a session. Okay. So Yeremia, how and when do you memorialize Feast of Weeks, since we do not have crops in captivity? Again, go to Leviticus chapter 23, verse 10, and you'll see we're not even supposed to acknowledge Feast of Weeks in captivity. We only do that when we come back to the land. Okay? What's next? Okay, come on with it, Shemaiah. Okay, can you please explain the wrestling match between Jacob and the man who wrestled with him? Well, and again, when you go there to Genesis chapter 32, the whole reason for that is for us today specifically. It was for our forefathers back then, but it's definitely for us today, okay? Yah is our power, okay? He's our power, okay? And when you read Genesis chapter 32, you see that Jacob's faith was shaken. He was told by Yah in the previous chapter to leave. You understand? He had one more year under the contract, you know, the verbal agreement, covenant he had made with his uncle, right? He was supposed to serve another 7 years, right? But in the last, you know, after 14 years and the verbal contract was made, and then Jacob, you understand, because of the wickedness and the deceit that his uncle had done to him over the previous 14 years, when after the end of the 14 years, the second 7-year contract, what did Jacob say to Laban? He said, give me my wives, give me my children, I'm out of here. Okay? And Laban say, he said, no, man, you know, what can I do for you? And what did Jacob respond? You can't do nothing for me, I'm gone. Then Laban said, well, look, man, you know, what you know, what can we work out? And Jacob again, I'm out of here. Then Laban had to break down and tell Yaakov the real reason why he did not want him to leave. Tell him you understand? He conjured up this scheme to keep Yaakov there another 7 years. You follow what I'm saying? That's why Yaakov had the 2 sisters to wife. Yaakov knew the law. That's why he was so upset initially. That's why Leah was hated. Okay? Because he looked upon her as being, you understand, conspiratorial. She was in on this scheme against him. But we can see that she really was not. And how do we see that? Because Yah kept opening up her womb. Okay? And by the same token, we can see Raquel was similar to her daddy, Laban. That's why Yah closed her womb up. As I said in the past, Jacob couldn't hardly look at Leah without making a baby. Isn't that right? And eventually she became cared about. You understand? Isn't that right? Because she was all for, like a woman's supposed to be. She was in Jacob's corner. And more likely than not, I don't read this in the book. This is just how, I see things. Laban lied to Jacob. More likely he lied and deceived Leah too. Because he saw that Leah loved Jacob. You follow what I'm saying? More likely he deceived her too. And that's why Yah kept opening up her womb when Yah saw that she was hated. Because this is indicative. Yah letting us know, you understand, that she was not in on this scheme. More likely she was deceived. And when her father brought her this deception, she went because she loved Jacob. She didn't care that he was going to have her sister too. She didn't have nothing against her sister. You understand what I'm saying? She just wanted to be with Jacob too. Okay, but Laban wanted to keep him there. Because what did he end up telling him? He said, I see and I've seen by experience that Yah has blessed me because of you. So now what can we work out, man? Because I done been enriched through you. You follow? Then that's when Jacob told him, you understand? All right, all speckled spots at the end of 7 years. And all the solid color ones and all the white of the sheep going to be yours. And when Laban looked around at his herd, he seen only a sparse amount of brown speckled spotted and a brown of the sheep. He like, oh man, cool, that's a deal. He couldn't make that fast enough, right? But over the period of 6 years, y'all switched everything. You go read the story. Right? He switched everything and gave it to Jacob. And all the strong and whatnot was Jacob. All the wiggle will let it anymore. Laban and the liars and the deceivers, the murderers, and the thieves, the deceptive, the subtle. When they do these things to the wealth of the wicked and gives it to the righteous. And we're getting ready to see a major transference of this wealth in the near future. I talked about it on this last session. Okay? Because you understand when the house is built, he comes into his temple. Ezekiel chapter 43. Right? When he comes into his temple, Malachi chapter 3 at the top. When he comes into his temple, and you understand, then them sacrifices going to be put on. You follow me? And that's when, again, them healing waters coming out. And he's going to start closing up the hole in the ozone. He's going to start cleansing our blood that is not being cleansed. Zechariah 13:1, Joel chapter 3, right? Ezekiel 47, the healing waters. He's going to cleanse our blood that's not being cleansed, which is a total rejuvenation. Just like when Moshe came off that mountain the first time and the people saw him and he was walking toward them, his whole body was shining like the stars of heaven. He was shining like one of them $1 million diamonds. because he had been up on that mountain 40 nights, 40 days, right? He was being sustained by the pure energy of the Most High. Bear with me, I'm getting there. You know, I get long-winded. Okay? And so that's what's going to happen with us. But again, when you're cold, when everything had been switched, right? And now he's wealthy. He got men serving. He got women serving. He's wealthy now. This is after what? 6 years. He had 1 more year to go or thereabouts. And what had happened? He saw that Laban's countenance was not toward him like it had been. You follow me? Because Laban upset, right? And so Yah came to Jacob and told him, said, time to go back to Canaan. So Jacob went to his wife and said, hey, you understand? I've talked about this before, didn't I? Those of you who've been with Yah Rices, you remember, right? Just go back on the site like I've said in the past. Go through it meticulously, right? And I've talked about it like this on some of the Pal Talks. So you don't have that. When he went to his wives, what did he say? The 2 sisters, Leah and Raquel. He told them, he said, look, I see your father's countenance is not toward me as it has been. So, you understand, Yah came to me and told me to leave, so I'm leaving. What are you going to do? Did those 2 women say anything about love? You go back there and read it. Did they say, well, you know, I love you, Jacob. I'm staying with you. They didn't say nothing about no love, did they? What did they say? They said, hey, there's no more substance in our father's house. In other words, he poor, he broke. You got all the money. We going with you. Because we got to be fed. These children got to be fed, got to be clothed, got to be housed. We going with you. Had nothing to do with emotion. Okay? And they left. And so, you know the story. Go back in there and read that. You understand? And then when you get to chapter 30, and now he done sent messengers to his brother, right? Go to my brother Esau. Tell him I'm coming. So the messengers come back. And he said, did you see my brother? They said, yeah, we saw him. And he's coming to meet you with 400 men. And Jacob, he's like, oh, no. Because, see, he know Esau a killer. You understand? He knows he's a killer. See, that's why his mother sent him away in the first place, isn't it? That Esau had purpose to kill Jacob when their father died. You know, I'm gonna kill him and take everything. I'm gonna take this blessing. Isn't that what Esau lives by to this day? Isn't that what it says in Daniel chapter 11, verse 38? In his stronghold, he worships the God of what? Forces, weaponry. Remember what I've said in the past, those of you who've been with Yah Rices. When the Illuminati Edomite, when he can't deceive you, then he's going to try to do what? He's going to try to buy you. When he can't buy you, then he's going to try to do what? Intimidate you. See? When he can't intimidate you, then he's going to try to kill you. Simply, that's his modus operandi. That's how he operates. Okay? See, so when they told Jacob this, he was all messed up, right? And you read chapter 32, doesn't Jacob say, yeah, I fear Esau, lest he come, for fear he come and kill the mothers and the children, my wives, my whole household. So he did what? He split his household up into two bands and sent them, you know, like 2 different ways. And he fell behind, figuring that you know, if Esau comes, he's not with one band or the other, maybe he'll let them go because he's just looking to him for him to kill it. But then that night, you understand, he gets into this wrestling with this man. He's wrestling with this man, and we don't have everything that just jumped off there. All right, I want us to understand this pristine understanding, this simplistic thought, and this understanding, right? But again, as he wrestled with this, who he thought was a man, the man started to overpower him because the angel reached down and touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh, and his hamstring rolled up. If you know anything about athletics, when you athletic, if your hamstring rolls up, you pull a hamstring, you at a disadvantage. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you wrestling, you need all your extremities for leverage. So when one of your extremities goes out, especially one of your legs, you in bad shape. Plus it's in pain too. So now Jacob, he's getting overpowered. So what did he do? Yah, help me. And when he said that, that's when the man who he thought was a man who was an angel says to him, all right, now you back on track. Yah is your power. That will be a snare unto us. This is in Proverbs. Read Proverbs. We're not supposed to fear flesh. Okay? And what did the angel tell him? From now on, your name is no longer Jacob, but it's Yisrael. For as a prince, you have power when you are with the strong one. And that's what Yisrael means. He who has power with the strong one. That's our surname. And we're never supposed to forget that. Yah's our strength. He's our shield. He's our faith. He's our trust. He's our power. He's our strong tower. He's our rock. He's our sanctuary. Isn't that what it says? He would be a little sanctuary unto us wherever we've been scattered. If we run into him, if we submit and obey. What's next?
Part 2.
Okay, what's part 2?
Right there.
Right where?
Right here.
All right, in part 2, what was the significance, if any, of the match between
Beginning.
in the beginning? Okay, wait a minute. If any, of the match beginning in the evening and ending before the morning. Okay, it's saying, let me see. Can you please explain the significance of the match? Oh, okay, you're talking about this wrestling match. All right. Well, again, it was in dark. You know, things are magnified when they're in the dark, right? And he wrestled with his faith. His faith was resurrected. And then as he came out of that darkness, okay, because when you lose your faith, you in darkness. Ain't no doubt about that. And that's why, we've been cut off. Eyes and can't see. Ears and can't hear. Heart and can't understand. Walking dead. Darkness, right? But now, when we turn to Yah, submit and obey, the illumination, the light starts to come in. Wisdom and understanding. I hope, I pray, wisdom, right? I don't want to ever take that for granted, but that's what the first 9 chapters of Proverbs so states. Isn't that right? When we turn to Yah, submit and obey, and embrace the law with all our heart and soul, he's going to start inseminating wisdom and understanding into us. The beginning of understanding is the knowledge of the Most Holy. That's the beginning of understanding, okay? Proverbs chapter 1. Proverbs chapter 9, the beginning of wisdom is the fear of Yah. So when you start to obey Yah, that's the beginning of wisdom. When you obey it. And wisdom in its right hand is length of days. That's in its right hand. In its left is riches and honor. Durable riches and honor. Okay? And humility is before honor. Not pride, arrogance, ego, pomposity, okay? Pompousness. You understand? Humility is before honor. Okay? And nothing that you can desire can be compared to wisdom. That's the principal thing. That's what I was saying in this session. I know that the Edomites put that in there over there in Ecclesiastes about money answers all things. Because money doesn't answer all things. Because if you don't have wisdom and understanding, money don't answer that. A fool and their money is soon parted. a fool in anything is soon parted. Haven't we been witnessing this over the last 6 years explicitly? You understand? Matter of fact, the last 14 years with the NASDAQ collapse, all the people who had that paper money invested in stocks and bonds and whatnot, right? 401ks, they got ripped off. Esau turned around and did the same thing to them again in 2008, getting ready to do it to them again. Because people just hard-headed, they don't wake up. They have no light in them. Again, Yeshaya chapter 60, right? The earth is in darkness. The people of the earth in gross darkness. And they keep turning to everything that's incorrect. But the ones that turn to Yah, just got through talking about it a little while ago, right? Yah is illuminating us and allowing us to do what? Take whatever assets we got, take it out of the paper and go into hard assets. Because again, you understand? From what I understand, it's only 750 million. Listen to me close. It's only $750 million worth of gold, silver, platinum, you understand, in the world. I didn't say billion, I said million. That's not a lot. And the more people, as I've spoken of in the past about that upside down pyramid, okay, all the gold and the silver, copper, platinum, all that's down there in that little peak, just like the broken capstone on the back of the dollar bill. That's about that broken capstone. You understand? All the gold, silver, platinum, copper can fill that little broken capstone. The rest of that pyramid is all the paper game. All the rest of that is the paper game. The stocks, the bonds, the CDs, the 401ks, the treasury bills and notes and whatnot. All that's the rest is paper. You follow what I'm saying? Now what you're witnessing is that many of the people, or should I say however many so much of the people who was in the paper game, they all trying to come down in that little broken capstone now and get inside the hard currency. And they're not going to be able to get in there because it's only so much, you understand? Hard currency, paper, silver, gold, copper, platinum in the world. You got to mine that stuff. That's why Esau been playing people with this paper silver, paper gold. People been buying that paper silver, paper gold. That's not gold. That's not silver. That's just a piece of paper saying you got this. And they're going to try to cash that in, and he's going to say, sorry, on vacation. Come like they told the Germans when the Germans wanted they go here the other year, what they tell them? Come back in 7 years. You understand? We'll give it to you then in 2020. Now, okay? So, what's next?
Right there at the bottom of the screen.
Okay, the land of Moab and the land of Ammon, what's going to happen? Possibly. I don't know. We got to wait and see. Okay? We'll wait and see. What's next? Should I get my passport change if I wear my hair different? I am talking about the picture of the you're gonna be like you're gonna look like you look, simple as that. I mean, I don't, you know what I mean, you're gonna look like you look, right? I wouldn't, again, you see me on the different sessions, you never see me wearing a shirt with a collar, and I don't wear a shirt with a collar at any time. I haven't had a shirt with collars and I can't even tell you. You understand what I'm saying? And over since back in 75.
You can't just get a new passport.
Okay.
Photo change.
But you understand what I mean? It really doesn't matter. If you got a passport already, then just use what you got. It don't really matter, okay? But the thing is, you should get your name changed. And if I'm not mistaken, we've talked about that. All right? You got to be Israel. You can't go back as John Jackson. All right? What's next? Okay, Yehuda, can something unclean be made clean? The blue were said to come from shellfish. Again, that's just the color. Okay, and you know, again, the purple dye is supposed to come from the mullets fish, from what I understand it's called, which is a shellfish. That's what was that was some kind of color they made. So we'll see. I mean, the first part of your question, can something unclean be made clean? And this is just the color, the dye. So Yada said that's where it'll come from. Okay, they called it Tyrian purple back in ancient times, and only royalty could wear it. This is what the books I've read. It says it comes from the mullet fish, the shellfish, but maybe you can get it from plants like Yada says and some other source. Okay, and it's not necessarily from that. Again, Esau writes a lot of stuff. He's put out a lot of stuff, and to cause confusion. And so we'll see. Okay, that's no major thing right there. What's next? Okay, so please read Genesis 20, 1 Kings 10:21. Solomon only used gold, where the army back then too. No, they weren't. I can tell you that now. No, they weren't. Again, gold and silver is, people been using that stuff 6,000 years, ever since time immemorial. Okay, Esau wasn't manipulating anything back then. From things I've read, and it could be true or not true, Esau kind of he found out about the banking system from the Egyptians. And more than likely that possibly could have happened when the Edomite, what's his name? When Yah sent David and Joab in on the Edomites. David sent Joab in on the Edomites, and they brought them under subjection. And the little Edomite baby was taken down, into Egypt, and he was royalty. He was ended up marrying Pharaoh's sister-in-law. I can't think of his name right now. I know some of you out there know who I'm talking about. And then, when Solomon messed up, Yah brought him back out of Egypt, brought the Edomite back, and then, the Edomites eventually revolted from up under Yahudah unto this day, right? But also Esau could have learned about it, and this might even be more so when they learned about it, the banking system from the Egyptians, when, the Amalekite Edomite came with Alexander, and they got a hold of the book of remembrance around 330 BC, based the Amalekite Edomites at that time in Egypt, because as I've said, I'm pretty sure I've said in the past, we got book or two here that when you read about this time period, the Palestinians to them as got instruction from the Alexandrian Jews or Edomites, and that made all the sense in the world to me, because it was the Alexandrian Edomites, these Amalekites, who had access to all that Egyptian history. Okay, so that's when I more or less think that the descendants of Esau got aware of the banking system that the Egyptians used, and more than likely, I have no doubt, as time you come up through time, they got more knowledgeable. That Yah enhanced that knowledge and understanding on how to manipulate the whole. Follow what I'm saying? Because we're talking about the illuminated Edomites, the sword that Yah has brought on the inhabitants of the earth to drive them mad. Aren't the people of the world and all these nations mad at their economic situation? And again, you know, this is why we see the Edomites over there in Ukraine. And he should talk about it. You know, Paul Craig Roberts talked about it. He laughed. You understand? He said, man, you know, the question was posed to him, are the Ukrainians going to be better shape now that the IMF, you follow what I'm saying? They done appealed to the IMF, and the IMF, you know, the International Monetary Fund said they're going to give them $18 billion, you know, and Paul Craig Roberts, he laughed at that. He said, have you ever known the IMF to help anybody, help any nation? He said, all they going to do is put them under, you understand, put that yoke on them. And he said they're going to see their pensions slashed. Everything's going to get inflated that they need. It's going to go up in price. Salaries is going to get slashed. Okay, and again, for those of you out there who might not be privy to it, if you want to read into how the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the BIS, the Bank of International Settlements based over there in Basel, Switzerland, if you want to see how they operate, just get that book, Confessions of an Economic Hitman by John Perkins, and read it. It's all ran down in there. What's next? Okay, was the Garden of Eden in Mesopotamia? If not, why are these rivers mentioned as flowing from Eden, Tigris, and Euphrates? Well, again, the Garden of Eden is Israel. Mahalalel. Okay? Israel is the Garden of Eden. Eden is that whole area. Okay? Which goes up to Mesopotamia, which includes the land of Cush. You understand all that? That's all the garden. I mean, that's all Eden. You know, the whole continent that they call Africa is Eden. Okay? As I've said in the past, the whole continent is Eden. All the way up to the Euphrates. All of that is Eden. Now, in actuality, Mesopotamia is on the other side of the Euphrates. That wasn't considered Eden. As a matter of fact, I take that back. Tigris is mentioned, right? Yeah, so that's including Mesopotamia. All right? But all of that's Eden. But Israel is the garden of Eden, eastward in Eden. And when you look at the whole continent of Africa, right, and you look at the map, and you look at the whole continent of Africa going all the way up to the Tigris River, look at that whole landmass. Isn't Israel eastward in Eden? What's next? Said, when Yah run the Edomites out of the land, will the other religious, I guess, be run out of that time, being they might be in the way of some of the, without a doubt. Because again, that's what we do when we get back. Ezekiel chapter 11, verse 18. We get rid of all idols and images. Micah chapter 5 at the back end of the chapter. That's why we're going to get attacked, because we're going to go back, tearing down. Now, we're not going to have any problem with the Western, the NATO nations, because they're going to be the ones, as I said in this session, that y'all's going to work through to bring us back. Okay? That's in the book. You follow me? The kings, the queens, the princes, the Gentiles. Okay? These are the ones in the West. Western Europe all the way back into America, per se. Again, Illuminati Edomite, again, Yeshua chapter 27, verse 5. He's going to cause them not of Yaakov, that's another place Esau's tampered with, right? But of Jerusalem, Zion, to take root. Okay? So we're not going to have any problem out of there. It's going to be, you understand, these Iraqis who are the Assyrians of yesteryear. Okay? Of ancient times. They're the ones who's going to attack us for tearing down that Dome of the Rock, that El Asma. This is again why Yah is bringing down all those Islamic nations around the land. But again, Iraq is what now? You know, they got their own little puppet government, but you know, they still, you know, got a lot of stuff, turmoil going over there. You follow what I'm saying? But they got their own little puppet government, but you know, they all Muslims. They what they call them, Shiites. Okay? And they're going to attack us. That's why, again, Yah has got us going through what we're going through now, preparing us, all the ones who can stand up to the pressure and the time, the refinement, the polishing, Because when we go back, this is what I was saying again to the brother last Sunday when he called. And I'm saying to a brother, we got to, you understand? Because when he called back the third and last time, Sunday evening, he said to me, he said, well, you know, matter of fact, he said this the second time he said, well, we're going to hit the ground running. I said, absolutely correct. That's why we got to be prepared. That's why we acknowledge these things now. We start getting in harmony with Yah now. So, you understand? Yah can only do so much with us now. We can only get so much polishing. We can only get so much refinement now, right? And when we get back, as I told him when he called back that third and last time, we was talking, I said, brother, that's why, and it might have been the second time he called, but I told him, I said, that's why in 49th chapter, Yeshaya, what does it say there? Huh? Now, I'm going to read this to you, okay? This is the 49th chapter of Yeshaya, and it's near the back, and not quite the back, but again, wait a minute, just hold on, let me find it here. Okay, now I'm going to pick this up at verse 18, 49:18, Yeshaya Isaiah. It said, lift up thine eyes round about and behold. Now this is Jerusalem. This is not all this is Jerusalem, the arm of Yah. This is what Yah is talking about, right? He says, all these gather themselves together and come to thee. As I live, saith Yah, thou shalt surely clothe thee with them all, as with an ornament, and bind them on thee as a bride does. Okay, well, isn't that what it's talking about in Yeshaya chapter 60? Chapter 49 that I mentioned earlier? Arise and shine, chapter 60. Huh? For the glory of Yah is risen upon thee, and the Gentiles shall come to thy light, and kings to the brightness of thy rising. Okay, because Yah lifting up his arm, right? And I'm in verse 19, 49:19. For thy waste and thy desolate places, and the land of thy destruction shall even now be too narrow by reason of the inhabitants, and they that swallow thee up shall be far away. Again, the land is too narrow now for the Edomites to dwell in it. Okay, because to stay in that land, you got to be in harmony with Yah. Isn't that why he kicked us out? Isn't that why he kicked our forefathers out? Because we weren't in harmony with Yah. So now that Jerusalem, you understand, it is amongst the nations in the wilderness of the people, because we scattered all over, the descendants of Jerusalem, who have turned to Yah with all their heart and soul, and have embraced the law. You understand? And acknowledging these things in perpetuity, these things that are everlasting, these things that are forever. And we're turning to Jerusalem and humbling ourselves. And remember, humility is before honor, and plead with Yah. Huh? As I've said in the past, as I've been doing for years. You understand, like it says in the middle of chapter 53, Yeshaya. Take all of the Israelites who died, who didn't know they was Israel, who had done no violence. There was no deceit in their mouth, but it was time for the whipping. And you bruised them, Yah. It pleased you to bruise them. Take their soul as an offering for sin, and turn your heart back again to your people that have turned to thee, wherever we are, who've humbled ourselves and praying to thee toward Jerusalem and asking, you understand, begging you, pleading with you. Isn't that what Yah says in 41 Yeshaya? Come and let us plead together. Take their souls as an offering for sin. Huh? And turn your heart back again to your people that have turned to you. And bring, isn't that what it says in Amos 9:9? He gonna sift us away from who and whomever we are around like corn in the field. Not at least one of us who are totally in harmony with Yah are gonna fall to the ground. He gonna sift us away from who and whomever we are around who are not about him with all their heart and all their soul. Deuteronomy 30 verse 2. Doing all we can to be in harmony with Yah's law. And then he brings us back, right? He brings us back, all of us who are in harmony with him. But again, as I've said in the past, Ezekiel chapter 20, 32 through 38, what does it say? But all you who say you're going to be like the heathen of the country, the families of the country, to worship wood and stone, huh? He said that ain't even going to happen. All of them who think that, isn't that what I've been talking about on the, you understand, in regards to how we're regressing in the ways of the heathen, how they're taking back, things are elapsing, time frames is elapsing on these, you know, civil rights acts and voting rights acts and all this stuff. The time is up. You know, they saying time up, nigga. Now the states has got control of the voting rights acts again. Not the Fed, the states. And they can devise their own ways how to keep you from voting. Not only you, but other so-called minorities, right? You know, they got stand your ground in Florida where they can just shoot an Israelite just because they don't like the music he playing. Or because he wearing a hood. You know, like Oscar Grant in Oakland, right? I don't know what was happening, but they had him face down on the ground and still shot him. And killed him. And nobody goes to jail. Nobody gets prosecuted. Where's the justice? Where's the equity? Where's the righteousness? So it's regression. And this is Yah's judgment, making it rest for the light of the people. But you got people who stiff-necked, stubborn, recalcitrant, hard-headed. Okay, say, were the giants created in the first creation, and why were they stronger, called mighty men, than Adam and his progeny? Well, again, this was back, and what you see there is after Adam. Because you see these giants mentioned in Genesis chapter 6. Adam was gone then. This is his progeny, you know, his descendants, right? And again, you know, some of this I look at as tampered, because when you figure that out, you know, how these people, how it's said in the book they were tall, you know, like 15 feet tall, that's a bunch of crap. I ain't going for that. That's some of Esau's mess. You know, and again, as I've said in the past, what does Solomon say? Nothing new up under the sun. What's here today was here yesterday, and what was here yesterday, if it's going to exist, will be here tomorrow. So you find me some people that's walking around 14, 15 feet tall, and then I believe that. I've never seen and never heard about anybody being that tall, you know what I mean, today or even near today. Now, I've heard of some people being 8.5 feet tall and seen them. That boy Andre the Giant, he was like 8.5 feet tall. So it's not a stretch for another half a foot. I'll give him 9 feet, but I'm not going to 14, 15. That's Esau's mess there. And again, sometimes when it says these were giants, it's not talking about height. Just like Nimrod. You understand? He was a mighty one in the earth. He was a tyrant, you know what I mean? He had an army. And again, you understand? These descendants, these people came from when the line of Adam started to mix with these people who weren't about Yah. And we see what Yah says there in Genesis chapter 6. He would not always strive with man in reference to the seed, the sons of God who were the lines of Adam. Because they were what? Flesh also. To 120 years. Okay. Do you see anybody living past 120 years today? Even though, you know, when we get back, Yah says our days is going to be like the days of a tree. You see that in Yeshaya chapter 65. You see it in Yeshaya chapter 6. So it's going back to that again. Once we get back, get cleansed up, elect is going to be like the days of a tree. So that's why we do all we can now, okay? Because it's in stages, right? And isn't that how growth is, in stages? You know, like I said in the session, you know, the brother, he like, or you understand, he like Yoda. he was tentative, and I was like, "What's the matter, bro?" He like, "Well, I'm a little nervous." I said, "What for? I'm a human being just like you." He said, "Yeah, but you got all this knowledge and this and that." And boop the bop. I said, "Hey, bro, it was a time when I didn't know any of this. It comes in stages if you are committed and substantiated. Totally committed to Yah, substantiated, predicated on Yah. The people who've known me in my life, you follow what I'm saying? They know I wasn't about this. You understand? Years ago, I've talked about this on these things. You understand what I'm saying? I'm a root out of dry ground. I was raised in the ways of the heathen. And then, again, as it was brought to me in January 1983, then I could see it. I could see that I had to totally let go of the ways of the heathen. And that's over 9 years it took me to come to understand that after I started reading this book. You don't have that long. That's why Yah is as he said, he's going to hasten it in the time of his servant. Right? Yeshaya chapter 60, verse 22. And that's why he's bringing this message out. Okay? That's why no matter what the Edomites do, or whoever that is, back there, popping in and popping out, messing with the thing, they can't stop this message. The message has to get out. Why? To aid and abet those who are looking for Yah, who once they can make a decision. Are they going to submit or not? But they can never say that they didn't hear it. They can never say that I was looking for Yah and couldn't find him. That's why this book of remembrance, so-called Old Testament, King James Authorized Version, is all over the world, written and translated in over 2,000 languages. No other book comes even close to that. And Yah has done that, and again, fulfilled 46:13 Yeshaya, 51:5 Yeshaya. His righteousness is near. Nobody can say, I would have done it if I could have found it. The only way you don't find it, you're not looking for it. The only way that you not going to do it, or didn't do it, is because you didn't want to do it. You wanted to be LeBron James, or A-Rod, or Barack Obama, or Beyonce. Whoopi Goldberg or somebody, Oprah Winfrey. I mean, we was listening last what's his name? They wrote the book, Timbuktu. Rudolph Windsor. We was listening to this conversation last night with Rudolph Windsor and this brother from one of these groups, and that's into idolatry. They know the Israel, but they into the main island, Christianity. And Rudolph Windsor, he's born in, let me get it right. He said he was 18 years old in 1953, so he was born in 1935. And he's written, I know many of you out there have heard about him, he's written, different books and whatnot. But as I listen to him, there's a whole lot of things Rudolph Windsor doesn't understand. A whole lot. He mentioned J.A. Rogers. We got everything J.A. Rogers ever produced. And that's before one of the sisters that's listening to this sent this little pamphlet here of J.A. Rogers. I think I told her that after she said it and she called. We already had it. You follow what I'm saying? I got all the works of J.A. Rogers years ago. And haven't read them all. Because I've read a few of them. But the deal is with J.A. Rogers, like most of these so-called quote-unquote black historians, that's all they was interested in. They was caught up in color. You follow me? And it's not about color. Never has been. As I said in this session earlier. And I've said it in the past. What's next? Can you please explain Psalms 2:7-8 is the sun, hear Israel. Wait a minute, let me go there. Okay, I will declare the decree. Yah hath said unto me, thou art my son. This is David talking. You know, this day have I begotten thee. Ask of me, and I shall give thee the heathen for thine inheritance, and the uttermost parts of the earth for thy possession. Why do the heathen rage, and the people imagine a vain thing? The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against Yah, against his anointed. Again, this is David talking. And again, Israel is his anointed as a nation. And they have taken counsel against Israel. We see that in Psalms 83. Many nations, right? And I have no doubt some other nations have been added to that over the years, because as I've said in the past, when you read the 83rd Psalm, you don't see a Gentile nation mentioned there. All those nations in that 83rd Psalm are Shemites and Hamites. It's not a Gentile nation there. But you got Gentile nations that have fallen in with the descendants of Esau since then. So the nations have taken counsel against Yah's anointed, the children of Israel. They've taken counsel against, you know, back when they took counsel against David, didn't they? But David, he's the one who wrote this. In verse 12, kiss the son lest he be angry. Okay, Yah's anointed. You know, when Yah gave all the nations in and around the land of Canaan into the hand of David, made them all submissive to David. It was some Gentile nations there, because at that time the Philistines were what's that word I can't always Aegean. You know, they was out of aggression. They were Aegean, the Philistines. You know, that some of them probably were still Hamites, you know, Lord, but the head of the Philistia, you understand, Catherine, had become the Aegean people, Gentile. And you understand, Yah through, you know, through David brought all them into submission, together with those other Hamitic and Shemitic nations that were in and around the land. That's what Yah is saying in that 110th Psalm. You follow what I'm saying? Through the writer. Okay, the writer is writing about what Yah did through David. Isn't that, you understand? When you can read that 110th Psalm, what does it say? Yah, the first Lord, all caps, said unto my Lord, that's David. This is what the writers write. Yah said unto David, sit at my right hand until I make thine enemies thy footstool. Isn't that what Yah did through David and the mighty men? He subdued all those nations in and around the land of Canaan, did he not? That's why when you read chapter 7, 2 Samuel, and David, all the nations were subdued up under him at that time. All right? And David was sitting in his house. He said, I sit in the house of cedar. But the Ark of the Covenant sits up under curtains. So he had it in his heart. He wanted to build Yah a house. But Yah sent Nathan to tell him, said, thus saith Yah, he who creates, right? You understand? I've taken thee from following the sheepcote, right? From following the sheep. And I've set you and made you captain over my nation, over the children of Israel. He said, you understand, nobody has ever thought about building me a house. You understand? He says, so, but it's good that you had it in your heart, but I'm not going to let you build it, because what Yah is telling him, you're going to spill blood in my sight. In other words, I raised you up for this particular thing, to subdue all these nations in and around the land of Israel. But since you had this in your heart, I'm going to make an everlasting covenant with you and your seed forever. It's always got to be one of your seed that's captain, governor in Israel, right? But I'm going to let your seed build my house. And his time is going to be a time of peace. He's going to be a man of peace. Now, that's talking about Solomon there. You follow what I'm saying? But this is also extended forever. And when you read 2 Chronicles, not 1 Chronicles, but 1 Chronicles chapter 17, when you read that, now that's not talking about Solomon in there. That's talking about the seed of David today. Because it ends up saying forever. And I ask you again, as I've asked others, when does forever end? I don't know when forever ends. Do you? And I'm going to read this chapter 17, 1 Chronicles. I'm just going to read some of it. You can go in there, all of you, and read it on your own, okay? I'm going to pick this up at verse 11. All right? And it shall come to pass when thy days be expired. Now, this is Yah talking to David, right? When thy days be expired, that you must go to be with thy fathers. You hear that? Everybody got to die eventually, right? So this is what Yah is telling them, right? When you go to be with thy fathers, that I will raise up thy seed after thee, which shall be of thy sons, and I will establish his kingdom. He shall build me an house, and I will establish his throne forever. See, this is not talking about Solomon. This is talking about all the way up into today. Okay? Says, and I will be his father, and he shall be my son. And I will not take my mercy away from him as I took it from him that was before thee. But I will settle him in my house and in my kingdom forever. Well, we know that ain't Solomon, right? You understand? We see what happened with Solomon with Rehoboam, right? And after. So this is talking about the seed of David today, who will repair the breach, be one of the repairs of the breach, the restorers of the path to dwell in, not paths. Like Esau put an S there in 58 Yeshai behind path. It's singular, not plural. Okay? I will be his father, he shall be my son. I will not take my mercy away from him as I took it from him that was before thee, but I will settle him in mine house and in my kingdom forever, and his throne shall be established forevermore. That's the seed of David today and beyond. Okay. We should change our captive name to a name from the book. Legally, yes. In the eyes of the heathen. Just like you know what you see in Yeshua 44 at the top. It says, and one shall subscribe with his name and surname himself with his hand and surname himself by the name of Yisrael. Well, when you subscribe, you've done it legally, because that's what you got to do. You got to fill out papers. See? And what does it say in Ezekiel chapter 22 down there at the bottom, around the bottom? It says, we shall take on our inheritance in the eyes of the heathen, and then we shall know that Yah, he who creates, is the Most High. All right. Well, when you change your name legally, you got to go into the courthouse, and that judge in the black robe is sitting up there on his chair, behind his rostrum. And they're going to look down, male or female, and they're going to tell you, okay, your name is no longer now John G. Jackson, but it's Yahuda ben Yisrael, or it's Yaakov ben Yisrael, or it's Bithia Ambat Yisrael. Okay? That's what your name is from this point on. And from that point, as an Hebrew Israelite. And when you do that, you're no longer a nigger. You're no longer a coon. You're no longer a jungle bunny. You're no longer a clanker head. You're no longer colored, black, Negro, African American. I know it's some more. I probably missed a few, but bywords and problems. Then you're no longer that. Now you're a Hebrew Israelite in the eyes of the heathen. Okay, Yahudah, the trees in Genesis. Okay, what? Well, oh, okay. Or different pronunciations, same letter.
The exact name and spelling is in the book.
Oh, well, again, you know, you understand. You see, just like I'm looking up on the screen, and Mahaleah, she's got my name spelled Yahudah. Okay. When I didn't know any better, I spelled it Yehudah. When I didn't know any better still, even before I knew that, what I thought I knew I didn't know still, I spelled it J-U. Those spellings I just gave you, and the one that's up on the screen is incorrect. In English, my name should be spelled Y-H-W-H-U-D-A-H. Yahudah. He who creates, be praised. That's what it means. Now, in this book, you see Judah. That's totally incorrect. As I said on the first show we did with Mark, and he told me he was of the tribe of Judah, and I said, yeah, okay. I said, but I don't know any tribe in the nation of Israel named Judah. Never was, never will be. I said, now I know of a tribe in the nation of Israel called Yahuda. See? But as I've said in the past, I know why, the Edomites changed that. Because again, when you say Yahuda, now when you break that down, you get what? You get the pronunciation of the Creator's name, which they didn't want anybody to know, especially us. That's why you got that term Jew applied to them. Because when they changed the name first to Yehuda with an C-E-A-D, they changed it to Judah. When you contract that, you get Jew. And that's what they call themselves. And that's what they are. That's what they want, But they're not Israel, and we're not Jews. Okay? And again, are the trees in Genesis 3:8, where Adam and Eve hid, referring to the people created on the sixth day. Well, again, let me see what you're talking about in 3:8. Okay, that definitely could be the people. Yeah, they was amongst the people now, because they didn't take it on the way because they didn't turned away from Yah. I mean, we know they didn't make any kind of leaves to make that's all allegorical, okay, symbolical. See, because again, when you sin and when you sin, you sin, your spirit changes, especially when you know what's right, as they did, okay, because they had the law. So when they sinned, they were exposed, okay, they were exposed before Yah, all right, and again, Yah drove them out, did he not? Because they cut themselves off, because they turned away from the law. So he drove them away from him. So now they are amongst the people, other trees, people, right? I go for that. That's good reading. And you know what? Let me say this while since I said that, when I was just talking about the brother that called Sunday and how he calls at different times, how he brought that thing about, Daniel chapter 10, and about how he the first month, you understand, he didn't deal with Passover or Feast of Unleavened Bread. He didn't acknowledge that. Again, that brother, I've said to him before, that's good read. He's read. I don't have any problem with anybody read, bringing, at times I miss a thing here or there. And when somebody, because I possibly saw it, but I didn't see it. You know what I'm saying? It didn't hit me. You understand? When he brought it out, that's good. I don't have any problem with that. That's good reading. That's what I want everybody to read. You understand? I know there's plenty out there that trying to find some way how to stump Yahuda, how to bring up something Yahuda done missed. Or you understand? And I don't have any problem with that. As I've spoken of in the past, at different times, Yeshaya, he'll point something out to me. Yeremiah in Delaware, he'll point something out to me. This person here there has pointed something out at different times. I have no problem with that, because all that does is make me sharper. And hopefully they get sharper. And that's what we want to be. We want to be very, very astute, knowledgeable in this righteousness, in Yah's righteousness. Okay? All right, is it all right to send some information about the Old Testament and you look at it to see if I can use it for a time frame to your P.O. box? Is it all right to send some information about the Old Testament and you look at it to see if I can use it for a time frame to your P.O. box? Yeah, that's fine. I don't have any problem with that. That basically just answered that before I even read what you next.
So we can go to the land where currently.
Okay, so we can't go to the land with that. Why would you want to? I mean, we see in the book we're supposed to take on names. You're supposed to be, if you go into the land and plan on going to the land of the breach, a restore of the path to dwell in. How can you repair the breach and restore the path to dwell in if you come back as, you understand, Antoine Jackson or George Washington? What breach you repaying with the captive name? Okay, I have a brother-in-law that cannot read, but he listens, and it seems like he wants to be a part of the movement, but that idol is in his heart and his pastor. He wanted his pastor and myself to meet. Will it be wrong for me to sit down and talk with his pastor? Just don't go to the church house, the house of idol worship, to do it. You understand? You don't want to go in there. Because you understand, when you go in the house of idol worship of any kind, it's just like tantamount. How I look at that is Samson getting a haircut. So you don't want to, you don't want to lose your power, right? You want your power when you talk to these idolaters. So just don't go into the house of idol worship. You say, I preached for 15 years until I found out the truth. Okay, I asked about the passport because when I took the picture at the post office, they thought it was a terrorist. They can think what they want. You know, they ain't got no understanding. It took me much longer to get my passport than my wife. Well, again, like I said, you got it though, right? So you don't worry about what other people think. They gonna think all kind of stuff. But get yourself together so when they do push the buttons, you can, they'll hear the right tune. And because I just had somebody ask me the other day, you know what I mean? I was in the shoe shop, okay, my guy's shoe shop, getting my shoes shined. We was all in there talking, and this one brother, he asked me, he said, "What, you a Muslim, bro?" Okay, a Muslim, right? And check this out, I had just told him my name was Israel, because he said my name's so-and-so. I said, yeah, my name's Israel. So he looked at me, he said, "What, you a Muslim?" Okay. Now I didn't get Muslim out of Israel. I don't understand. I guess that's the Farrakhan effect. At least here in Chicago and maybe other places, right? Because you had Farrakhan, that's why they rolled him out. And they knew he Muslim, but he was talking about Israel, right? So I guess that's the Farrakhan effect. That's why Esau did that back there in 2010, right? Okay, it says, in ignorance, some of the daughters of Jacob, while in captivity, married and bore children to Gentile women, or men rather. If these churches to our land, do you think there will be issues of taking our children if the Gentile fathers protest? Again, what do we see in Ezra? Was it chapter 8? When Ezra brought this to the people, who had children by Gentiles, or people who were not of Israel, might not necessarily been Gentiles. You follow what I'm saying? But they were not Israel. You follow me? What do we see? What Ezra said, matter of fact, what they said to Ezra. Okay, I'm gonna pick this up at okay, wait a minute now. Okay, chapter 9, Ezra, right? I'm going to take it from the top. Now, when these things were done, the princes came to me, saying, the people of Israel and the priests and the Levites have not separated themselves from the people of the lands, doing according to their abominations. Even the Canaanites, the Hittites, Perizzites, Jebusites, Ammonites, Moabites, Egyptians, and Amorites, for they have taken of their daughters for themselves and for their sons, so that the holy seed have mingled themselves with the people of those lands. Yes, the hand of the princes and rulers have been chief in this trespass. And when I heard this thing, I rent my garment and my mantle and plucked off the hair of my head and of my beard and sat down astonished, right? And again, he chastised them. You follow what I'm saying? And mentioned about what Solomon had done, right? You read that chapter 9, Ezra, right? But, it says here that the people, this is in chapter 10, Ezra, right? After this had been brought to him in chapter 9, then, and says, now when Ezra had prayed, and when he had confessed weeping and casting himself before the house of Yah, there assembled unto him out of Israel a very great congregation of men and women and children, for the people wept very sore. Shechaniah, the son of Yahiel, one of the sons of Elam, answered and said unto Ezra, we have trespassed against Yah, and have taken strange wives of the people of the land. Yet now there is hope in Israel concerning this thing. Now therefore let us make a covenant with our strong one to put away all the wives and such as are born of them, according to the counsel of my Lord, and of those that tremble at the commandment of Yah, and let it be done according to the law. Okay? So now what you're asking me, it's like, if you've got children of a Gentile, and again, see, this is a different time, and I've mentioned this before. I don't know if I've spoken on this on one of these sessions, but I know I've mentioned this to people that have called, and we've had this conversation. And the deal is now, you understand, when you read Yeshaya chapter 56, any and everybody who decides they want to serve Yah, okay, can come to the land and serve Yah. Okay? Now, we see that, Yeshaya chapter 2, Micah chapter 4, Yeshaya chapter 11, right? But quite naturally, if it's an Israelite woman, and she's been hooked up with a man of another nationality, not Israelite, and she's got children by him, and say these children, one or all, want to go and be by Yah, go to the land and serve Yah, they can do that. But, the sons can never be priests. The sons, can never hold any office of that nature, right? They can take up inheritance, as it tells us in Ezekiel chapter 40 through 47. They can take up inheritance in what tribe that they set down in. Okay? And they will be under the law, and they will be servants to Yah, and they'll be servants to Israel. Okay? Because like it says in the book, those whose servants we were, going to become our servants. And again, when I say that, that's not where, we're going to treat them nasty or demean them or humiliate them. Now, we all under the law, and we all get treated according to the law. But at the same time, Israelites are Israelites, okay? And Hamites are Hamites, Shemites are Shemites, in that sense, right? Gentiles are Gentiles, Edomites are Edomites. You are what you are, okay? And you see that in 56 Yeshaya. What does Yah say there? Let not the stranger say, Yah has utterly separated me from his people, because the stranger that chooses the things that please Yah, that learns to love the name of Yah, they're going to be given a place better than of sons of daughters that have rejected Yah. And remember what I said earlier, and I've said it in the past. The majority of the Israelites are not coming back to Yah. It's only going to be 1 out of 10 males. So 90% of the Israelite males are not coming to Yah. And it's going to be, I would say definitely more Israelite women, but it's not going to be all. Okay? It's not going to be all. All right. Please.
People.
Okay. People ask me when I am not eating cheese.
Why?
Okay. Why am I not eating cheese? Any script for reference against law or just unhealthy? Well, again, you listen to that conversation I had with David Ben Israel. It's up, okay. And as I said in the preceding session before that, and in the introduction to that, and then in the Q&A after that, and more so in the Q&A, not the introduction, but in the Q&A after that, when you go to 2 Samuel chapter 17, as he pointed out to me, he wanted to make it where David and his entourage, those people who were with David when he was fleeing Absalom, ate this cow's cheese, but it doesn't say that. It says that this cow's cheese, as well as other things, were brought to them to eat. Didn't say they ate them. All right? And when you go to Deuteronomy chapter 32, that's why it says the milk of sheep, not the milk of kine or cows. We're not supposed to eat cow's milk, because that's to grow a cow to be 700, 800, 900 pounds. Okay? We're not supposed to eat cow's milk in any shape, form, or fashion. The milk of sheep or goats. All right? Now, if you listen to that conversation with David and myself, you'll hear him constantly say, well, how can you eat cow's milk? Eat butter from the cow, but not cow's milk. And I possibly said to him, you should pray to Yah and ask him that, because he the one set that in order, not me. Okay, but at the same time, butter has a different consistency than cow's milk. Butter will melt at room temperature. Okay? Cow's milk creates a whole lot of problems. That's why you got a whole lot of people who they're lactose intolerant. It creates a lot of mucus because it's got calcium. Okay? But as I've said in talking about that conversation with David, he was so contradictory. He was so recalcitrant and trying to fit the square peg in the round hole. There's a lot of things that, we never could, come out to him because he was so determined. Because, you hear me say in the conversation, in the second conversation, you don't hear the first one, but the second one, you understand, I understood what had happened to him. It rocked his world so, and he went, and after about 2 to 3 months, he tried to figure out a way how to circumvent it. So he came back and with his tape recorder, wanted to record it like that was supposed to scare me. You follow what I'm saying? You hear him in the conversation, why you keep mentioning my tape recorder? I said, can't I mention it? You brought it. Yeah, but you mentioned it like you had a problem, like you got a problem. And I told him, you hear me say, if I had a problem with it, I'd have told you not to turn it off. That wasn't the first time I was recorded. Look how many shows we had done with Mark. That's what he saw. That was recorded. It's a whole lot of all them different sessions. There's a lot of places I'm recorded. I remember when Mark told me before we did the first show, when he asked me did I want to be on his show, I told him I didn't have any problem with that, but I thought we needed to talk first, because if he brought me on his show, I wasn't going to bite my tongue, and I didn't want him getting upset with me. You understand? Afterwards. Pardon me. And Mark said, well, that won't be a problem. And to his credit, as far as I know, it never was, right? But, Mark said to me when I said that to him, he said, yeah. He said, well, there's other people, man, they always bug me to get on the show. He said, I finally bring them on. But see, I didn't bug him. That was Mark's idea. But nevertheless, he said this to me. He said, yeah, a lot of people bugging me about being on the show. He said, and I bring them on the show. He said, when that little red dot comes on the camera, they freeze up. And I told him then, I said, well, that won't be a problem with me. Now, okay? So, I don't bite my tongue. I tell it just like it is, as I've said before, like Yah shows it to me. I don't hold anything back. I don't try to discern what a person can digest, what they can understand, or what they can't. Quite naturally, as I said in this session today, I do my best not to distinguish spirits. Okay? Because just like it says in Proverbs, and I'm not calling myself righteous, okay? Let's get that straight, but at the same time, it says the righteous studies to answer. They just don't say anything that comes to their mind. Because the whole process of conversation is to communicate. And if you say something to shut somebody down before you even get to, what you're talking about, what's the use in talking? That's why I've said in the past, if people don't push the right buttons on me, they're not going to hear any of this. If you want to hear the tune, you got to push the right buttons when it comes to me. Okay? I'm like a jukebox. The only difference is you don't have to put no money in it. But you got to push the right buttons. And if a person doesn't push the right buttons about hearing the tune of Yah, they'll never hear it from me. Because I look at it, what's the use? It's a waste of time. I've been through those kind of conversations in the past. I've had a lot of conversations in the past. I don't tell people to shy away from conversations, but at the same time, because that's what helps sharpens you. And nothing else, like I said earlier, with the brother that called last Sunday, and he's called before, and others. You follow, when they bring things to my attention, I have no problem with that, because it sends me back. Sometimes they can bring stuff to me, it sends me into the book. And then I got to go in and read and study, and that keeps me sharp. Okay, Yahuda, I work with Challenge challenged individuals and they want to attend church, and I'm told I have to sit with them because of issues, also accorded rights. Okay, his rights to go, are they legal rights I can make not to attend? I sit down in the hall. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Okay, your job evidently, okay, you deal with challenged people, you got to take them to the church house. Again, if it was me, I would put in, hey, I don't go into houses of idol worship. See, when you bring things like this to me, it's just like why this brother last Sunday, and I'm certain when he hears this, maybe he'll call and substantiate this, but I know it's plenty of people like the one we call Jehoiakim that's here in Chicago that has shows. I tell you that, it's tantamount to taking a penknife and throwing the book in different parts of the book in the fire, because he said, throw out, you understand, 53 Yeshai, and David didn't exist, Saul didn't exist, Solomon didn't exist, Abraham and Sarah didn't, you understand what I'm saying? He says Yah had no feast days, he had no Sabbath day. You want to just do a Sabbath day, you can pick any day you want, because he's working a job. All right, because Mark Sims told me, he knows this brother, not personally, but he's seen him down at the studio at different times. Mark told me years ago, he saw that brother down there. He told me, he said he works for somebody, he said either the post office or the Chicago Transit Authority here in Chicago. He said he couldn't remember one, but he knew he had on one of these type uniforms. And that's why this brother don't want to say, he don't want to do the 7-day Sabbath. See, because if you work for the Chicago Transit Authority here in Chicago, or the post office here in Chicago, you got to work on Saturday, the Sabbath day. You follow what I'm saying? Per se. Unless you go, and put Yah to the test. Which many Israelites, even though they claim that to be all about Yah, they too afraid to do that. And that's again what takes us back to what, was brought up earlier today in the session about Yaakov and what happened to him in Genesis chapter 32, right? He was afraid of flesh. What would happen to him? So his faith was shaken. And that's the whole purpose in y'all putting that angel on him. You understand? In actuality, Yaakov wasn't wrestling with no angel. He's wrestling with his own faith. He was wrestling with his fear. Because he was afraid of flesh. He was afraid of Esau. And this is what we cannot be. That's why Esau always threatens. You follow me? He'll send you something, you got to come to jury duty. If you don't, you understand, I'm going to fine you. Something, he always got his threats to try to make you do what he wants you to do. Now, quite naturally, when you go to Jeremiah chapter 29, that same thing applies today. What did y'all have Jeremiah write down and send up to Babylon with the captives? In the letter, what did the letter say? Seek the peace of the city. Right? And pray to me for it, for in that shall ye have peace. But at the same time, that don't mean we're supposed to do what the heathen does. See, because when you object and refuse to do what the heathen does, that doesn't mean that the heathen want to brand that militant. But you got different kind of militancy. You got the physical militancy in the sense of violent, and then you've got the physical militancy, which is peaceful. That's what Martin Luther King was doing, right? A peaceful militancy. Even though, you understand, his situation was trying to do what? He's trying to mix with the iron. That's where he was wrong, and he was in idolatry. Whereas Malcolm X, he was talking about, you understand, a physical rejection of many things in the system, but at the same time still talk about wanting to be accepted in it. I mean, it's really a contrary doctrine when you really look at it, the Nation of Islam, Elijah Muhammad. That's kind of really tantamount to Israel, right? Want to do what it wants to do all the time. What does it say in chapter 53? Had no form. See, that's you understand? That's the problem with Israel. We refuse to submit to a certain form and hold that and obey that. We always want to put our little imagination and twist in a thing. That's why you have so many Negroes, Israelites that love basketball. You understand? Because they can put their little stuff in it. That's why we have a hard time conforming. Okay? Conforming. You see? Because we wouldn't submit and conform to Yah's laws. We had no form. What's next? Okay, thank you. That was insightful. Okay, is this a question?
She following up. She was asking about Gentile fathers and stuff.
Okay, but Gentile fathers, again, what?
She was just saying how.
Okay, she congrats him on what's unclean food was okay. And then he doesn't like that. He believes that we can eat anything under. Okay, well, again, she's going to have to make up her mind. And you know what? I know who this is now. We've had conversations. And your daughter is going to have to make up her mind what she's going to do. She's either going to follow Yah or she's going to follow her father's dictates.
She corrects him.
Okay, and she corrects. Yah is still okay. She corrects her father, yeah, but her father, he's made up his mind. You and I have talked about that. That's why you and him are not together anymore. So she ain't gonna change him. She just telling him that because I guess she cares about it. You follow me? Okay. What? What's next? That down there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I work for UPS, United States Postal Service. It's possible to request to change your schedule and submit a letter if you work on Sabbath whole day. I have personally done it. Praise Yah. Now, okay. Well, again, yeah, but you got to put it to the test. And Yah, if you're doing it for Yah and you're doing it to do what's right, he gonna make that come about. See, that's a law in this country. Everybody has to be allowed to do the Sabbath thing. And this is what many of us don't know. Again, people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. But you got to put it to the test and stand with it 100% and put your faith in Yah. And whichever way that Yah has the chips fall, then you got to ride with that. But you got so many of us, we so afraid. You understand, got that job and you see all this was happening around you, you're scared you're going to lose that job. But again, what's first, either Yah or you? Simple as that. Okay, so with that, it's been a long day, and it's always my pleasure. And like I said, when Yeshaya, give Yeshaya time to put all this up, and he'll have it up. Give him a couple of weeks, okay? But I know when it's up, Yadida, she's already got it. She'll be playing. I don't know about the Q&A. She'll probably play this session right after this, and she'll be playing it in the near future. Again, so I keep hammering home a lot of this, and it comes different ways. And, the book is redundant. I'm redundant. But at the same time, it comes different ways. For some person, or, might not be able to see it one way, they see it another. They might not hear it the first time. They might hear it the 20th time. Okay, the whole thing is get yourself ready, read, study, pray, and do. Keep Yah first at all times. And, give yourself to Yah so he can start preparing you, okay, for the time to come. As he, you can be one of his jewels, all right? And with that, for Yah righteousness, Jerusalem, and the holy seed, Yah bless, peace.
No, sir.